sensible for you to eat something, Dr. Dan. It really would. Hello, everyone.
I mean, I had lunch.
We are live. You have had lunch, but you probably need to eat something knowing you.
Yeah. I didn't have a very big lunch.
Now, I was trying to finish off my water before I went live. I didn't manage to.
I will need to get water in a sec. But right now I'm getting fucked.
That's good. Getting food is necessary. You need the food.
Yes. So, live on the YouTubes?
Yes. And the Twitch. We're live on both. We're now at over 22,000 subscribers.
On the Twitchy thing?
On YouTube, we've got over 22,000 subscribers.
Ooh.
On Twitch, we are now at 485 out of the 1,000 followers we need to get to this year.
You've got a Twitch goal as well as a YouTube goal now?
Oh yeah. The Twitch goal is mostly set by me.
Okay. I feel less bad about it then.
Well, it's mostly set by me because I want it, because if I get to 1,000 subscribers and I get to YouTube, I become a I manage to get enough people watching me that I become a what they called, the one above what I am in a Twitch partner. Then you get cool hats when you go to TwitchCon. And me and Garius are not two people who are motivated entirely by cool hats.
No.
We are not those kind of people, are we, Dan?
No. You're 95% motivated by cool hats? I think. Might be 98. But not 100% motivated, no. No, that would be a crazy thing to be. My stuff is falling everywhere. Right. You're good. What am I doing?
I had there were problems last week, or with kind of me clipping or something, or was it week before?
Possibly week before. You kept not clipping. You kept getting for some reason we kept being able to hear us coming through your microphone. Repeating. I have no idea why.
No. Okay. So I'll see if it happens again, because.
Oh, alright, so that one's done. That one's done. And that one's done. So now we're watching these things. I'm watching the Twitch chat. I've got the YouTube chat up. I've got both chats running. I've got the questions up. I'm live with everyone. Hello. Welcome to a Sunday afternoon live, Bruships. Alternate history. So you can ask me naval history questions and alternate history questions. And with the help of the lovely panel. I think my panel at the moment is Dan,
That's okay. I'm broad.
You are broad. It's useful. It means I do have a medic on there. I did have Glyn sending me questions a few seconds ago, so who knows where Glyn might turn up. Sometimes he does for the alternate history. He seems to be more likely to turn up for the alternate history than for the science fiction. And you think it would be the other way around, but I was going back through them and checking them, and he on average is twice likely to turn up for alternate history as he is for science fiction.
I wonder if that might be because science fiction is what he does for work.
I am tempted to believe it might be.
Because there's an issue about if somebody mentions something in a live or something, and he then goes on to use it, they can kind of claim a degree of intellectual copyright or something.
They could try.
That'd
be an incredibly broad thing to say. So we were having a random conversation. I met this concept, and this person turned this idea without any further information other than an idea I had at one point into a 50,000-word book.
Yeah, I'm not saying it makes any sense. I'm just saying that can be a factor for some people with their kind of work stuff, that they don't want to accidentally do that.
Can I just say something? Just a small thing. I realised it was sort of there, but I never realised it was quite so strong. The love for the BrahMos missile system in India is massive. However, the sheer quantity of people believe that it's a one-shot, one-kill guaranteed no matter who you're firing at that weapon is also slightly worrying. There is no such weapon system in the world.
No.
There is none. That is a... Yeah, no. There is none. There is no weapon which is a guaranteed, we are going to one-shot this, nothing's going to be able to stop that shot, and it's going to kill it. BrahMos is a good, solid weapon system. It is. When it first came into service, it was the future weapon system suddenly coming in. But these days, it is the sort of weapon system which, if you were, let's say, the US Navy, you can accept the Indian Navy, the Japanese Navy, you know, any of these sort of quite modern, quite well-maintained navies, it's the sort of weapon system you would respect but wouldn't have nightmares over.
Yeah. It's a solid bit of kit. I would not want to have them being lobbed at me.
But if you fired just one at me, and I was in a daring class destroyer, Type 45, I probably wouldn't be having a sweating. If you fired 24 at me, then I'm probably going to go, oh, I'm going to... that's something I have to pay careful attention to. Because that's enough missiles that I could end up expending my entire VLS load on.
Yeah.
So, not saying they do carry more than 24, they carry 48 missiles, but it's a case of, you know, you only have to have a couple of misses and, you know, be a standard of firing 2 against missiles doing certain tracks and 1 against missile, look, you only have to be doing in shoot, shoot, look for some and shoot, look, shoot for others, and you can very quickly find yourself getting through all 48 missiles. That may.
And if you think it's nuclear tipped, it's shoot, 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 shoot.
A missile doesn't have to be nuclear tipped to be that scary, that worrying, but it is a case of nuclear tipped is the way quite a few systems are going.
Yeah. I do not like nuclear weapons.
Also, the moment you use them, you open up yourself to having them used on you.
Yep.
And that is more of a problem.
Because when you can when the amount of damage you can do with one, this whole myth of there being such a thing as a tactical one is what's the word? A myth.
Well, it's when you remember that tactical ones the weapons that are considered tactical are the same size as the ones which are used on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more they're the ones which, in some scenarios, some people, for some reason, decide to devolve to tactical, or actually it's more probably operational, layers of command and control to make the decisions about using, rather than actually because they're only going to have a tactical effect. I mean, I know that isn't the reason for the naming, but, you know, it's probably a better explanation for things.
Moses, like, the conversation I once had with someone was with a naval officer was very simple. If we put nuclear weapons on Tomahawks or anything like that, then it'll not be long before an accountant comes out and says, you know what, this is cheaper. And so we'll count the idea that every single SSN will carry some nuclear-tipped Tomahawks as a strategic deterrent, rather than doing it properly. And the thing is, nuclear weapons are the sort of thing where you either don't you shouldn't do, or you should do it properly. There is no in-between if you want to have an effective nuclear deterrence. Now, if you are asking a sensible scenario, I would definitely not disagree. It's a sensible scenario. In a world where I would not end up having a very stupid argument about the cost of these things versus the premium cost of our system of ballistic missiles or submarines and all those things, I would be definitely going, well, yeah, we should have them. We should probably have those. We should probably have air launch systems for aircraft as well. That would be sensible. But in a world where you are sort of dealing with a scenario of having a flexible deterrence is not going to be appreciated. It's going to be looked at what's the most cost-efficient deterrence. The moment you have the cheaper systems in there, which are good additions too, is the moment you have the debate that you really don't want to be involved. Oh, good, Brandon. Night. I'm not sure, but I don't think anyone in this chat doesn't realise that nuclear-tipped Tomahawk is a thing. It was a Cold War era cruise missile. It still is in service. Yes, there are nuclear warheads available from America-made ones. The question was, should Britain build its own nuclear warhead for it? Yeah, Foxhound, the Lib Dems had all sorts of bright ideas. They really did. Right then, let's see what questions we have got in. Yeah, but I don't think we've got any aircraft which could actually carry a Tomahawk into the air. Regan. I don't think we have any. I try to remember. I don't think we've ever had. We've had aircraft which could have, in theory, been adapted to, but we haven't ever had an aircraft fitted to do so. Tomahawks.
No, I mean, you could lob them out the back of a C-130 or something, but.
Please do not remind me of the existence of Rapid Dragon. It's too early in the morning for that.
Yeah, but Dragon's not here yet also, so we can't make the jokes about Rapid Dragon. Night. Okay.
We joke about Rapid Dragon, but
Okay, so you want to mod a Eurofighter Typhoon to carry nuclear-tipped Tomahawk. Have a look at the length of a Tomahawk cruise missile, even the air launch variant, and have a look at the length of the Typhoon and the hard points you could put it on, and just have a think about how that's going to affect the aerodynamics of that aircraft.
that is my hairbrush.
And also, I would point out that you're currently making lions cry with that question, Knight.
Okay, that's worth it.
Literally, I have never seen lions put so many no's in the chats before. I'm always surprised Lions hasn't hopped from Twitch to YouTube to put even more no's in the chats. They might
Don't
be
tempt
doing
them.
it as we speak. Okay. So, the question is, would it have made any meaningful difference if the US had the two Pensacolas and two of the Brooklyn class in the Philippines alongside Houston and Melbourne in December 1940 head? Marblehead in December 1941.
Maybe.
The two Brooklyns would have been more useful. Yeah. Would it have made a significant difference? Probably not. But it's going to have an impact on the operations. It is going to give a far heavier, far stronger cruiser force than they had historically. But they're still going to be fighting at the end of a cut logistics string, trying to do everything. As said, the big thing is that even if you have more forces, the question is, can you concentrate them? If you concentrated them before December 1941, if you managed to concentrate all the Allied forces in the region, and I've talked about this before when I did a video about it, about Force Z and all these things, if you concentrated all the force in the region early enough, you have a significant fleet. You can put together a task group which is going to be a significant problem for people. However, as it's broken up and put all over the place, that's a problem.
Hee, I got challenge coins.
Okay.
Apologies, it's 4:30 a.m. I think, or somewhere near it. I'm in gremlin mode.
I'm just glad you're awake then. But the question is, you're getting challenge coins?
Yes.
Yeah, they had them in Sydney.
Okay.
They won't let me take the boats home. I know, I asked. So the next best thing is a challenge coin.
That's good.
Are you sure there are enough O-class sitting around? I mean, there's even a couple in Canada, I think.
Well, it wouldn't cripple, Prana Visakuma. It wouldn't cripple. Losing that many cruisers would not cripple the US Navy. It wouldn't make them happy, though. They'd rather not lose them. But it's one of those things, again, is anything you do which gives more ships doesn't help unless you are finding a way to actually get those fleets to work together. And by that, I mean literally go, right then, so we're all going to meet up probably in Singapore, because it's the only port which is far enough away from the Japanese to be a safe enough spot to grab together. And then bring them all together and go, right then, we now have a task group. Because, if you think about it, if you added those cruisers onto Force Z, and then, as we always remember, the Japanese torpedo bombers in the attack on Repulse and Prince of Wales have no guns to defend themselves. So any fighters turning up cause them trouble. But also, if you consider the destroyers they've got with them and the air defense they've got, having those cruisers putting up any stronger air defense threat, air defense is probably going to beat back, and you're probably going to at least end with one of the capital ships surviving, if not both. Because, again, if you look at the example given by the battles in the Mediterranean, which have been fought against sometimes even larger waves of aircraft than that, it is possible for ships to hold their own against aircraft and survive. They get damaged, don't get me wrong, they don't get away scot-free, but they don't necessarily all get sunk or damaged like they did in Prince of Wales. The Germans have been trying that for quite a while. So there's fleets, there's the X group, the X the what's they called? Fleet of Corps X, isn't it?
Fleet of Corps 10.
Fleet of Corps 10, and these things which have been trying their best to kill ships in the Mediterranean just like this, and they have run up against them. But the thing is, usually you have fighters coming up, and this is the entirely British fault. Okay, so the British developed a policy in the Mediterranean and in the home fleet of the Navy and the RAF, communicating by the RAF saying there's no strike aircraft available and there's no fighter aircraft available, and literally explaining it like that. For some reason, that hadn't got to the Far East. And so when the Navy asks, is there air support available, the RAF say no, because they are talking about strike aircraft. There are no strike aircraft free. There's actually a squadron of fighters sitting there waiting to be called. But the Navy's been told there's no air support available. So they believe there's no aircraft available. And what the RAF meant by it, in the Far East, was there's no strike aircraft available. And it's just, oh, good Lord, yeah. Because let's be honest, even the Brewster Buffalo, and I know there's at least a couple of Brewster haters in the chat, in the channel, but there's a fair number of people who support it. Even the Brewster Buffalo, against unarmed, twin-engined torpedo bombers, that is a absolute turkey shoot for it. Even the Brewster Buffalo becomes a god at that point. Because
But does it become enough?
the enemy have no ability to shoot back. They're carrying no guns. They can't do anything apart from sit there and be shot.
We should expect at least a 3-to-1 kill ratio.
Yeah.
Where's my hammer?
ABDA command was chaotic at best, largely because Phillips was gone. And if Phillips had been there, Phillips would probably have taken charge of it. And Phillips actually had a staff. This was the trouble. The ABDA Naval Command ends up going on a poor Dutch admiral who doesn't have the staff to run a combined fleet of multiple languages. And let's be honest, he doesn't have the ship space to do it either. He's the only senior officer out there, so he ends up there. But the reality is, Phillips had the flagship, he had the space, he had the staff. He had so many staff officers, he left some behind in Singapore. It's one of those absurd situations where the thing which would have actually been a linchpin is gone too early. And there's also the whole thing of, well, the Royal Navy's fleet wasn't part of ABDA Command, and they said that. It wasn't after 4C went, because they moved back and because of the various things, because basically, again, the British government don't react, they overreact. My gosh, if Skewer is in fight, even, I'm going to say this and I can't believe I'm going to say this, even the Blackburn Rock, let alone the Skewer, would have been enough to provide air defence over that force against the group that attacked it.
The Gladiators?
Yes, but the Blackburn Rock is far less. Everyone knows that's a turreted aircraft, and you all know how I feel about turret fighters.
Oh no, but it's a turreted Harrier fighter. It's so much better.
Pranas Visakuma. Okay. I am. The Japanese are better trained than early Mediterranean air crews. Fliegerkorps 10. And the Italian ones are certainly very well trained. I know there are some seriously bad myths going around about the Italian Air Force. I really do, in World War II. But they are actually really pretty darn good.
It's one of those things. They're let down by technology and doctrine from the high-ups.
Well, it's more.
And also,
It's the strategic command. It is the strategic command which causes the problems for the Italians. The Italians actually are quite good fighters individually and quite good combatants, and they've got fairly good aircraft. But the thing is, they have a lot of issues with their high command.
and additionally, you've got to remember in this time period, for a torpedo drop, a successful one, you are looking at a very, very narrow, very predictable flight path to loose that weapon at the target.
Mm.
It's not like a modern munition where you can basically poop it out the backside of the aircraft and the munition will figure out what to do.
Yeah, I have to say, I do, and also it's worthwhile remembering that just like the British are, just like the Germans are sure that every fighter that shoots them down is the Spitfire, the Royal Navy is very sure that every aircraft which attacks it is a German aircraft. And actually, when you look at the stats, it's often the Italians.
It doesn't help that the Italians do operate a reasonable number of Ju-87s.
Yes, and they're often some of the most aggressively crewed as well. Because the pilots chosen for them are full-blown Italian maniacs.
Yes.
The questions will be
Seals.
opened again, don't worry. The questions will be here till, usually I go to about midnight, so we're going to be here for about the next 4 hours or so, so don't worry. Questions will be opened again.
I may disappear because I have to return a vehicle and get breakfast and be a human being before I get on SkyTube.
You're going on SkyTube, it's always fun. Right.
Yes, I get on SkyTube at 1 o'clock local.
Michael Cooch, if fourth rates used to be the muscle on foreign stations, if you were designing a fourth rate today, what would it look like? Probably a decent general purpose destroyer. Knowing me, if I was designing it for the UK, I'd be designing taking the max length design for the Type 45 and adding in the 24 Mark 41 VLS cells forward after the 48 silver ones, and then 48 silver A50s aft, along with 48 more strategic length Mark 41s aft, and basically call that a day. Add in a bit more power generation, everything to support it all, but basically go, right then. So this thing floats along with 96 Aster 30s, 96 cam quad packed, and about, let's see, the other 48, 24 Tomahawk Talams, 8 ASROCs and 8 SM3s, and enjoy, basically. There is a goat trophy appearing in my chat. Thank you, Brandon Larson. And I'm also slightly confused by a goat appearing in my chat.
You are the greatest of all time. To answer Stafford's super chat question, yes, no. There's a narrow window in which there is no worry, and then after that, it will be a worry of some description.
I think it would have been interesting if Runon had wanted to meet Jamie. I would have arranged that for Runon, because I think you'd have enjoyed that.
I am usually quite reserved and quiet when I first meet people in an interpersonal context.
Yeah. But I think
I take a couple hours to a couple of days, and then I warm up and I finally figure out where the ground rules are.
I think he's a journalist. He'd be able to get it out of you.
Yes.
Not in a bad way.
In a nice way. He's
trained to put people at their ease.
Han. For those not watching at home, Stafford Thompson asks, as Runon is still in the land of Oz, has she or does she have plans to meet up with Jamie from armored carriers? And if so, how worried should the shipshape crew be for when they meet?
We wouldn't be worried at all, I have to admit, though. We just think it'd be fun. We just expect pictures of you guys, of you all, both bombarding us with pictures of you at some sort of one of the great grill restaurants or something that are out there going, ha, look at what we're eating and we're enjoying, and you're at home in rain.
I went to the meat factory, I think it was called, in Sydney, in Darling Harbour.
Yeah,
Yeah, we went there.
yeah, we did.
I think I still get emails from them.
We did spend enough there. I think they'll be sending emails to you for a long time.
Had a
Oh.
kangaroo. Really interesting burger.
Oh yeah, they did a really nice burger. Are they still doing the quadruple stack burger, which I had?
Possibly.
It had a beef burger, kangaroo, I think, chicken burger, and what was the fourth one, Dan? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
It was the massive burger, which is about as big as my head. I can't remember which it was. What it was, the fourth one in there.
Yes, I am not on as permissive a budget as I might have otherwise liked for this trip. So my dietary options have
If I
been
remember, I got that
somewhat.
burger because Drac was buying himself the super steak, and I just had some money come through from the my book, the money I occasionally get from the book, the royalties.
Royalty.
And I thought, frig it, I'll treat myself. I'm not going to be back. I don't know when, if ever I'll be back here again. I'll try it. And I'm still trying to remember what the fourth burger was. Was it a lamb burger? I think it was a lamb burger. I don't think it was mutton. I think it was a lamb burger, but it was really quite nice. There was
3
bacon
years
in
ago?
it already, Jonathan Moon. They didn't need pork. There was bacon already in it. There was cheese. There was barbecue sauce. There was pickles and yeah. I did let them leave in the tomatoes, the pickles, and the lettuce. I did let there be some vegetation in my food.
The one thing I don't understand with the Australians is they have a strange insistence that beetroot belongs in everything,
They do like beetroot.
Yeah.
which is not necessarily bad, but let's put it this way: I have to choose between beetroot and the fungus that creates a portobello mushroom. I will take beetroot, but
Um, I would say no because at one point I found beetroot in a chocolate cake when I was out there, and that should not be.
No, that's
well, that's just
definitely a thing.
Mm?
I think it's a variant on red velvet cakes.
It was yeah. Anyway,
I mean, you know,
there
there
should
is
be
a reason
no
why you.
healthy scenario when you're eating chocolate cake. Chocolate's supposed to be indulgent and unhealthy for you. Stop trying to health up my chocolate cake. Stop trying to
You know,
health it up.
there is a reason why you transported these people, so you know.
In quite a lot of cases, I think it was on suspicion of being Irish or poor.
I mean, as someone of Irish stock.
Thank you for the hydrate, YouTube Minecraft watcher.
I mean, it was,
Would that
at least it was no longer a capital offence.
to be Irish?
Or poor.
I think it still is to be ginger, though, isn't it? Or is
Well,
it
I mean, you're not
just a ribbing offence?
You're not accorded human rights, certainly,
Yeah.
because they have no souls, and we are technically, unlike the US, we are actually a Christian country.
Okay. Harold, we're getting into trouble now. Harold Grunson. With the death of Harold V, I think it was the last monarch, last of the foreign monarchs with honouring military ranks as general in the Army Act. Do you think our monarchs will receive it on again? Yeah, it's standard diplomatic thing. It's what you do. You just give them the ranks.
What rank is the
Basically, you give them the piece of paper, the uniform, and the title. They don't get a paycheck. They don't get anything else. They're the cheapest member of the British Army.
Is it them or the goat that's cheaper?
No, the goat you have to pay the food for.
It's a goat.
And the goat. And depending upon what unit the goat's attached to, you may have to pay for medical supplies.
Yeah.
Well, I think the problem is if the goat probably gets too near to some units, it'll end up in a stew or curry.
Also,
Look, in
walking on
nicest
the
way,
streets of
stop
Boston-
accusing the Royal Engineers of this. They don't deserve that reputation.
I was
let
thinking
me
the
look it up.
Gurkha Squadron.
Oh, the Gurkhas wouldn't eat
Yeah,
the goat. No, nicer way. The Gurkhas have taste buds.
That's where I went to.
Ooh,
There's apparently a Gurkha Technical Institute of some description in Melbourne.
yeah.
Probably.
Nefarious Jaguar. I'm wondering if you're the animal or the car. Both could be equally nefarious. I'd like clarification on this because, let's be honest, both the animal or the car can be nefarious, so it could be either one. What's your opinion on using small and fast carriers to help supplement the detection range of anti-battlecruiser hunter-killer groups in 1915-1920? If you had such things available in service, then it would make sense because basically the two duties you could use aircraft for really in 1915 were reconnaissance and spotting, and occasionally air defence. But without radar to direct them, air defence is kind of interesting. So it's kind of a let's hope we're in the right place at the right time thing. But yeah, it's a possibility. Usually what you're going to find yourself churning Dacto is that how many battlecruiser there are likely to be, how many battlecruisers do you have, and realistically you end up with a larger carrier paired up with a battlecruiser. So you end up with a large fast carrier, and it's actually easier to make a larger fast carrier than a small fast carrier. And one of the things, again, this is what people often forget with the efficiency of carriers. When you're scaling up engines, you can get more powerful engines, but they actually for the larger carrier to get you the increased speed because length to beam ratio as well helps. And the actual engine itself proportionally takes up less of the ship and is proportionally cheaper as part of the build. But it's still the engine system. And it ends up being that the larger carriers are a lot more efficient up to a certain point. Basically, once you get to roughly 96 aircraft, you cap out at your efficiency level of aircraft on a ship, in terms of crewed aircraft. We are not sure why, but we have tried many, many times over the years to operate more than 96. And every time we do, we end up running into the same problems. You end up with, okay, basically any aircraft over the 96 are stored as airframes in the rafters or somewhere else on the ship, and are basically they're not actually operated aircraft. They are literally just brought in when something's damaged. Or you end up with constant congestion in your hangar, etc. Because it seems to be that at a certain point, even no matter how much space you realistically have in the hull, or can realistically get 96 aircraft, just generate the amount of anything over that. The problems, the issues compound, and everything compounds, and you just can't get it running.
Would you ever be operating 96 aircraft from a single runway airbase, though? On land?
Very unlikely.
I mean, that's the thing. It's because you've got a single runway, effectively, for launch and recovery.
You got a single runway, and in effect a single hangar.
Yeah. And you've also only got, 3 or 4 lifts?
3, usually. Sometimes 4.
Yeah.
You can make the argument that on a mod carrier you have 2 takeoff runways.
You can make that argument, but that still doesn't exactly help you much with it, does it?
No, it does not, because you still only have the 1 landing runway.
Let's put it this way. I'll not be get back to questions in the chat, but McDonald just hasn't put it in the chat, but hasn't put an interesting question there. Would you consider HMS Tiger the most German British World War I Splendid Cats? No, but there is a scenario. There is a caveat to that. Okay, so the Germans always build their battle cruisers with the idea that they are second line battleships, that they're going to be they could be part of the battle line. Okay, so the Germans always build their battle cruisers that much more towards that end of the spectrum because they're going to they realize they're not going to have enough battleships to compete one-on-one with the British. So they're basically going for a similar idea as the Japanese are, with their armoured cruisers, in their 8-8 plan and their 6-6 plan. The British start off with their battle cruisers being battle cruiser 2 words, which are going to hunt the world down for economics. You get to the Lions, they start to realise they're going to have to fight other battle cruisers. And so the British Tiger is the most likely of the British, which is closest, actually, I would argue, even of the British battlecruiser ever built to being a fast battleship, because of her subdivision, because of her armour coverage, because of everything that's built into her. But she is, whereas the German ships are approaching that same position from being a second-line battleship, she's approaching it from having to hunt down and kill other battlecruisers. So you can say that they are convergent. She is the most convergent on the same point as the Germans are at, but she's coming at it from a different angle. Does that make sense, McDonnell Douglas? It's not me trying to be picky. It's me explaining why do you have the difference in the two. Because with Tiger, there is the fact that she is still a 28 knot plus ship, and the German ships are dropping down to 26 knots. Actually, are getting down to the level of HMS of the Queen Elizabeth class because they are packing in armour, etc. So it's a case of she is approaching the same point from a different perspective than what the Germans have pointed at, but they're approaching the same point. Right. Tirpitz. Timo, if Tirpitz caught 2 torpedoes in September 44 and sunk, how much earlier could the home fleet pack up for the Pacific? Basically, as soon as it's gone, they're gone. So basically, as soon as it goes, they start going.
When did Tirpitz get sunk in historically? It was
November 1944. So basically, yeah, they get a couple months head start on what they did historically.
Yeah. No, I think what would be more interesting would be if Tirpitz had been caught kind of significantly earlier than that. That would have been
okay. Yeah.
Interesting. You know, if you took her out in September 43, she goes out, and then is attacked by the midget submarines. As well. So if you took her out, that would have a really big impact, because then you've got, because in September 43, that's just around when when Italy drops out, so the Mediterranean suddenly becomes less hostile.
Yeah.
And if you've taken out Tirpitz,
There's still a Scharnhorst at that point, though, running around. That's the trouble.
There's Scharnhorst, but she's less worrisome. She is less likely to drop a whole load of 15-inch shells on one of your ships. I mean, you could even potentially leave Renown as her main guard.
You probably still would use Drukgyal. The thing is, you have to remember, when the Royal Navy is drawn to the Pacific, and by the time they get there, the Americans, and this is the fun thing, the American studies are basically building up for the invasion of Japan. And as far as they're concerned, the amount of time it's going to take to set up an air base, I think they worked out they can set up air base. We'll be able to get air bases ashore set up by D+4 from the invasion of Japan. They don't think they will have a functioning aircraft carrier for the US Navy by the end of D+2 operating in Japan, due to the threat of kamikazes and the sheer quantity they're going to be facing. I think in their studies they're working worst case scenario. They're relying on the Royal Navy's carriers because of their armoured flight decks and the thing that they've got built in survivability to provide the necessary air support to get through D+3, basically, till the land-based aircraft are set up. It is quite dramatic how dangerous it is all considered. And those are going from that's going from memory on the days. I think it is D plus one. From they reckon they're going to start taking air attack from significant air, running into significant air opposition, D minus 1. At least when they're approaching Japan for the invasion. That they're going to keep this going. This is going to be carrying up from D plus 1, D Day, D plus 1, D plus 2, and they're reckoning their carriers are all going to be mission killed, apparently some sunk, by D plus 3, D plus 3, which means the British carriers are going to cover that day. McDonald Douglas, we actually have a Q&A bot which takes in the questions and makes sure they're not lost. And that's what I'm reading from here, the bot results, which people have sent in. The bot will be opening up again in a bit to take in questions.
Can one of the mods Powder Monkey McDonnell Douglas, preferably with McDonnell Douglas's money, not Boeing's money?
The one small problem, Jonathan, is that McDonnell Douglas is in YouTube. And you did it in...
If you do it in Twitch, it doesn't. I haven't bifurcated the systems yet.
Oh, so it does it in both, if you're doing both. Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's a unitary command. I will eventually bifurcate the systems so that they can be at responses, but spoons.
Not book, but plushie. Just curious, what's Doctor's favourite plushie on the shelf? Probably, if I'm being honest, it is the submarine. I still can't believe you all made me bring it back from Japan, but...
I brought my mini Blahaj with me to Australia. But
yeah, it probably is the giant submarine. It is. I still can't believe you. I put a post, for those who remember, I put a post in the chat and the sort of the community thing of, should I get this or not? And you all said yes. I literally came back from Japan flying several hours on a JLL aircraft in economy with this sitting in my lap the entire way.
I fail to see the problem here.
Likewise.
Yeah. Okay.
Like you said, there's problems.
You are controlling.
Where?
Anyway, so Nightingale, if the UK government required the other 6 Type 45 to be built with free name for battles and free name for weapons, which do you choose? Trafalgar's already in service as a submarine at that point, so you can't use that. I would probably go St. Vincent, Matapan, and...
The Battle of St. Vincent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matapan. And maybe Agincourt? At that point?
It really depends on how we're feeling about the French.
Yeah, considering that the Horizon-class frigate program had broken down, that's why we're doing the Type 45s. I think you get Agincourt.
I mean, the other option would be to Jutland. Jutland.
What do you say?
Jutland.
Jutland. Yeah, that's not normally a good one for us to go with. If you consider some of the names we did, we could have gone with Armada. Or Ypres.
Glorious first view.
No, we didn't go. Don't do that. For weapon class, the Type 22s are in service, so Battlesacks and Broadsword are being used. So you probably end up with crossbow, longbow, and perhaps Scorpion? Or maybe Claymore. That's the option.
Unless you decided to try and go with D names, in which case...
Well, the actual question was literally, you go for free battles and free weapons.
I know. I'm just trying to think of
D name, but
because you'd have dagger,
yeah.
dart. What's another weapon that begins with D?
Basically, the whole point was that would be to stop the Royal Navy naming the 8th Type 45 Diana. Which is a traditional D name in the Royal Navy. But oh good lord, that would have caused trouble.
Yeah.
I cancelled Diane.
Yeah, if that had been announced out, there would have been no... Seriously, the Royal Navy should have announced that, and such as going, these are the names of the next 3 Type 45s we're going to build. Number 9, Diana. So, government, you want to cancel these ships?
You know what the nice thing, quote unquote, for social media ages? Stuff gets leaked all the time.
Lions, you're wrong. That's number 12, Alex. Unfortunately, by the time that's the amount, it's got down to only 9, but still, yeah, Dauntless does already exist. No, Royal Navy go Diana, and they claim it's for the goddess of hunting. That's what they do. Chandler, what would happen if the Regia Marina built 4 of Bonafletti's 15,000-ton carriers named Griffon, Allison, Minotauro, and Pegaso? If they actually build those, then you've got a problem on your hands, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the treaty system breaks down a little bit earlier. Because one of the things is the big problem for the British and the Americans with the treaty system was the cumulative limit on carrier tonnage. It wasn't the individual limit; it was the cumulative limit. Okay, you can build a fully armored large strike carrier with the full air group and all the armor and all the torpedo defense you want on 27,000 ton stand displacement. You can't operate a navy on 5 aircraft carriers if you're the Royal Navy, the U.S. Navy. So if the Italians have got 4 carriers, even 4 small carriers, let's be honest, 50,000 tons is the size of a light fleet carrier. Yeah, that's going to be panic attack. Michael Cooch. Probably at that point also, if they are built, it's probably at that point you also end up with... Potentially, that is the scenario where you end up with the treaty system creating the light fleet and the fleet carrier by treaty, whereby fleet carriers allowed to be up to 30,000 tons and light fleet carriers allowed up to 15,000 tons of sand displacement or something like that. Something silly like that, and you get scenario of going, right, you're now allowed 150,000 tons of fleet carrier and 150,000 tons of light fleet carrier. McDonald Shaka, that's not really as much of a problem as you might think in terms of... Okay, so, here's the thing. To attack a fleet in harbour, you need your torpedo to run really shallow. You need it to run really shallow. And the Americans, the Japanese, and the Italians had all fitted wooden fins to extent on the end of their torpedoes to try and get them to run shallower. Now, this is good for attacking a fleet at sea, because whilst it does reduce slightly the incline, they still go down and come up. And so if you're a shallow bit like a harbour, when you go down before you come up to running depth, you hit the bottom. Now, why do the British torpedoes not hit the bottom? Because the British are the only idiots, or mad lads, or whatever you want to put them at, who fit a lovely little thing on the front called a tension wire. And the tension wire ensures the torpedo belly flops and comes in. No one else goes that far. No one else is that insane. No one else is that obsessed with attacking a fleet in harbour. And realistically, you can understand why. The British are frustrated, and as I've often explained, a lot of warfighting capabilities can be explained by what frustrated a navy in the previous war, or an armed force in the previous war. For the British, the thing that frustrated them was the Germans sitting in the Wilhelmshaven the whole time. No one else was quite that level of frustrated. So the British are obsessed with it. It's kind of like the British are obsessed with night fighting and are doing all sorts of things in terms of night attack. For the Japanese, night fighting is a way to make attrition work better. It's something interesting. For the British, night fighting is an imperative because the Germans got away at night and we would have used that to attack them. They didn't use that to attack us. So therefore, we must become really good at night fighting because otherwise they will cause us trouble. Have I checked out John Marshall's new book? Not yet. It is on my list of things to check out.
It's not actually released in Dead Tree format in the UK yet. Weirdly.
No. But there are sometimes other methods of getting hold of a book.
Yeah, well, I've got it on Audible. It's good.
I've got it. I'm supposed to be getting it as something to review, so I'm waiting for it to actually arrive before I do. Before I look at it, I don't want to. It's one of those things of I would probably try and get it on Audible or probably Kindle, not Audible, because let's be honest, I don't like Audible. As a rule, I don't like listening to books. I have too many arguments with them. At least if I'm reading and having an argument with it, I have the argument in my head, not out loud. But
I'm now imagining Dr. Clarke.
The thing is,
go ahead. Sorry.
If I'm going to review a book, if I review it, if I already absorb it in one format and then I review it in a different format, then I'm coming to that review with preconceived notions. Okay. So, Michael Gooch, if you could take any pre-1950 ship class, which one with minimal refit would be most useful in today's Royal Navy? What role would it take? Pre-1950.
Vulcan.
Either a daring class.
Yeah.
Or the third generation town class, so Belfast, Edinburgh type, just because they're the biggest, so they've got the most room for expansion.
I was going to just fix our issues with our lack of carrier numbers. Take a Malta. It says ship 1950 ship class.
Yeah.
Take a Malta and make sure it's complete.
There's also a bit of me that wants to say the Swedish Småland, but
what's it going to fill the gap of?
That we don't have enough destroyers
with minimal refit.
It's already fitted with missiles.
Yeah.
And enough guns to keep you or an Italian captain happy.
Oh, yeah. I've got a list of ships I need to go visit again.
Vulcan. Like, my answer is the fleet machine shop, the floating machine shop, Vulcan.
Well, the trouble is, and I notice Pranavasakuma went for the same thing as a machine shop support ship. But the trouble is, the tankers of that time would not pass modern-day safety requirements, so you'd have to refit them with modern hulls, which is going to be a lot of refit. If you were talking about a fleet tender, then you're going to have to, again, rip out quite a lot of the systems inside them to put back in machinery which can be used to maintain the modern systems, because missiles, etc., require more different systems than guns or the other systems they used to maintain were. So, the trouble is, those can sound like they'd be a good idea, until you realise that actually they're going to be blooming expensive to reconfigure. And so that's why I was eschewing them. I literally went for, what is the only only option, which literally, the only thing I have to do is make sure the deck can take the heat of a F-35 landing. The lifts would be strong enough. I don't need to use the catapults for an F-35s or For the F-35Bs or helicopters. I just need to put in some comms gear. Flower
I
class.
don't
That's
think
actually a
you
good idea, McDonald.
do.
That's a flower class that is an okay. That is another good idea. It's refit, but it would be an OPV. They
Yeah,
would definitely
I'm
not.
still of the opinion that you don't need that much to get Vulcan to a state where she can do basically non-fly things, maintenance. Like, okay, yes, she's not going to be able to refit or refurbish strike missiles. She's not going to be able to refit most munitions, but I don't want her to refit munitions. I want her to, hey, we broke this gasket or this flange, and we need to refabricate it.
And
That's what I want.
and Paraviska, in thinking of landing ships, the trouble is the weight of modern tanks. None of them could take it. Think about how heavy modern armored vehicles are and big modern armored vehicles are compared to the ones of the 1940s. That just that they could basically, I suppose, you could use the infantry landing ships, but that wouldn't really fit us. I don't know. I seriously, I'm not sure what it is with one of our shipshape members. Every time I live, they like to suddenly send a whole load of WhatsApp messages through to me, and then, in the nicest way, get mildly upset I don't respond to them. And I sit there and go, there are 2 nights in a week where I am live for hours on end, and love it. And you know which nights those are. Thursdays and Sundays. And every time you don't message me on a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, or a Friday, or a Saturday, you message me on a Thursday or a Sunday.
Well, that's because you being live reminds them of everything that they needed to get from you in message format. So they do it then while they're thinking of it. Whereas all the times during the week when they thought about it, they didn't have the opportunity to do so. For whatever reason, good, bad, or indifferent.
Castanet, Tigers might have been 70 Suns, but were any of the Royal Navy's landing craft and landing ships designed to carry a Tiger tank?
Also, Doc, you'll be happy. I'm bringing home at least 2 books.
That's good. I expected more. Joe Fredericks, I once asked... carry on.
The problem is I was looking for a very specific topic for the books, and the Australian War Museum or War Memorial, excuse me, was the only one that had them. So I could only get them from one source. I go back to packing now.
Joe Fredericks, I once asked you a question. It was about 1930s China. And what if instead of 2 cruisers they bought subs? What if in 1937 they sunk a capital ship? Would this change the ASW doctrine of the IJN? It might change the research emphasis alongside the ASW doctrine. Again, remember, Japan has hydrophones. They have an ASW doctrine. They actually have some quite good ASW doctrine from World War One. What they don't have is infinite number of research teams. And if a research team is working on one thing, it can't be working on something else. And that's the trouble. That's why they don't have the sonar and these things coming through at the pace which they need to implement them properly in time for World War II and implement them properly, is because they don't have enough research mechanism. If they lost the capital ship in 1937... they would probably use that as a reason for their building the Yamatos, and would be more public about the Yamatos, probably to show that they were coming and they were, amazingly capable. But also, they would probably use it to push through some more research, yes, in ASW. Interestingly enough, there's also the possibility that they try to go to the power they rate the most in ASW warfare, and either buy or otherwise procure capabilities from them.
Which would
They
probably
might.
be Britain.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. The nation which is the most paranoid about the submarine for the 20s and 30s is the British. Look, it's one of the things I find strange is that I've got a video literally coming out on this in the American interwar destroyers on Tuesday, and there's 14 acts which I'm talking about, 14 acts of legislation which go through in the time period while we're talking about from 1919 to 1939. And it's not till 1934 the Americans pass an act which says you can go to the same size as the treaty limits, and the Navy can build up to treaty limits. And it's one of the really interesting things reading through the way funding is allocated is that the U.S. Navy's research funding is atrocious. It is talk about boom and bust. And in contrast, yes, the Royal Navies gets cut because of depression and the economic scenarios going around them, but it's a far more consistent level of funding, consistent percentage of their funding is being spent on research in the 1920s and 30s than the Americans have.
Also, the Royal Navy, with the depression, only really loses, I was just trying to think, about 3 county class,
Yeah.
4 sea class,
Yes.
and I think it's 2 submarines
Aren't ordered, yes.
that have been ordered and are cancelled.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And the county class cruisers had been kind of on hold for a couple of years already.
Joel Ferris,
Which was a mistake, I think.
Joel Ferris, it's not going to change much for Italy or Germany either. Just because, this is going to sound strange, to us it would seem like an amazing thing, especially when we read back through history and the way sometimes the submarine is portrayed in history. But submarines being able to sink capital ships is not a questioned thing in 1930s. It's known that submarines can sink capital ships. They sank cruisers and other large ships in World War I. It is known they can do this. Mines can do this. The question is, at that point becomes, okay, what's the quality of Japanese ASW that the Chinese pulled this off? And the thing it's more likely to have an impact on is the quality of ASW investment than necessarily in making the case for the submarine. Because it's known how good and capable the submarine is. Again, I know I've said this before, but I'll say this again. The Germans actually come closer to starving Britain by submarine in World War I than they do in World War II. Okay? Their submarines achieve a far better result because, again, it's the first time around. The thing is, the British have spent the last 20-odd years thinking about how to counter it when it's tried for the second time. And yes, the Germans still do well. They push it right to the edge. Don't get me wrong. But they got far closer in World War I than they did in World War II. I think the thing you're going to see is more likely the Germans thinking, hang on, how have we ordered enough destroyers? And which the answer is no, you haven't. And the Italians may be thinking, we should actually fit some of our destroyers out for anti-submarine warfare better than they are done. Rather than thinking, this proves the submarine's great, because as I said, look at the reason the Royal Navy fits hydrophones and ASDIC onto their county class cruisers and onto all their cruisers in the interwar period and even in World War II, which the Americans don't fit to many of theirs because they are, they don't want. Then their job is in anti-submarine warfare. The British fit those systems and use the weight when you've got the treaty limits on weight for it because of Abaco, Cressy, and Hogue being lost in one day, and the British never wanting that to happen ever again to them. So basically, the reason the Americans don't do it is because treaty limits weight. Okay, we'd rather put that weight into armour and other things. And the British do it is because, yes, we have the treaty limits, but also we have a level of paranoia because of what happened to us in the previous war. 1981. If in an alt timeline, CVN-77 of the Nimitz class was named Lexington, and CVN onwards was named for the after older carriers, with present names going to Burke's, what could have happened to cause such a change? Someone deciding that naming the nation's largest ships after a politician was going to be too much of an ego trip. Literally.
Yeah.
The argument would be basically on the lines of, you never gave them battleships, why would we give them aircraft carriers?
Yeah, it's basically it could be literally as simple as what would that have been, 77?
Mm-hmm.
So what's that ship in the actual timeline?
George W. Bush.
Yeah, I mean it would have been as simple as people saying that George W. Bush was too politically contentious to name a carrier after, and basically Roosevelt's the only one that gets a carrier named after him.
No, you basically got, if you consider it, basically you've got Nimitz, Eisenhower, Carl Vinson, then Roosevelt, Lincoln is 72, George Washington 73, Stennis is 74, and then it goes Harry S. Truman and Ronald Reagan. So I think probably actually you need to stop before. I think you need to stop earlier than CVN 77. I think you could probably do it at CVN 74, because then you've got Roosevelt, Lincoln, Washington, and Eisenhower. Yes, you've got the Carl Vinson, but we can all ignore the Carl Vinson quickly, and just go. If you went from there, you've got a good case.
Yeah, Vincent would be the exception that proves the rule that carriers are only named after wartime leaders.
Yeah. Look, at the moment, I will just say this. At the moment, William J. Clinton is penciled in for CVN 82 and George W. Bush is penciled in for CVN 83. And it's going to take a very big political change for either side to lose their person.
Bill Clinton already has a tribute. It's standing proud in Washington, D.C., but, Sorry.
It's
bad joke.
It's one of those things of... I actually agree with you all. I would prefer not to be naming aircraft carriers after politicians. I am... Anytime anyone suggests naming a British warship after a politician, I go, excuse me?
Name an OPV after Liz Truss.
We've even managed to... I think... I'm trying to remember it. The British have had a town class destroyer in World War II, which was named for Churchill Town, not Churchill as in the Prime Minister, and it was because there's both a Churchill Town in America and the UK. And we've had one submarine which was named HMS Churchill.
That was for John Churchill.
Hmm?
That was for John Churchill, first Duke of England,
no,
wasn't it?
It was named for Winston Churchill. But it was, if you consider this, he died, if I remember correctly, in I think it was 1965, and the ship is named in 1968. She's launched and named in 68. So basically, it was done in honour of Winston Churchill in 68, and it was basically that was it. And even then, I feel a bit. But basically, there were enough politicians on all sides who felt that he deserved it, and after he died, wanted to memorialise him properly.
No comment.
Monarchs are sovereigns, and so basically our ships have been named after our current Queen Elizabeth is named after Queen Elizabeth I. Kind of long way back. Sovereigns are considered politically neutral. They don't get involved in politics in the UK. They are a constitutional monarch, so they are supposed to be above politics to provide a unifying figure in the political sphere.
And then the Republicans exist.
There was a point at which the King George V's World War I class was named after the living monarch. World War II class was named after the previous monarch because it was standard as a precedent that no ship should be named after the current monarch, which is another reason why Queen Elizabeth is named after Queen Elizabeth I. And the King George VI is currently coming as a Dreadnought class. It is the class of new SSBNs. But we don't really consider monarchs to be politicians in the same way. They are political figures, but they are not politicians. Okay.
Does this place open?
Harold Gunshan, if Infante Juan had been allowed to continue to serve in the Royal Navy without giving up his Spanish nationality, what will he done during World War II? Probably would have been a very good junior officer, and considering what he seemed to be, from what I've studied about before, would probably have ended up in destroyers, because he seemed to be quite attached to them. No, Prince of Wales wasn't supposed to be. No. Prince of Wales wasn't going to be named for Edward VIII. There was a debate about it, but he was almost never getting it. It was always going to go Prince of Wales, because at that point they'd already decided they didn't want it named after sitting monarchs because they didn't like sitting monarchs. Edward, we've already skipped past Edward VIII. They're not getting a monarch. They're not getting anything.
He's not even getting a target ship.
No. If you were forced to place a 17th century naval guns on a bunch of Roman ships of the Second Punic War, what guns do you pick and why?
Lightweight, mostly anti-personnel pieces, because the triremes and things are very lightly built.
Yeah, but the quadrines are pretty firmly built, especially the front, the bows to support the rams. You could probably get away with a single 12-pounder forward, but that would be it. Probably.
But you could have smaller, lighter weight guns and have a decent number of them, and then shred their oarsmen.
You could have 3-pounders up the wazoo, but you could maybe get a 12-pounder forward.
It's the whole thing that if you're going to go onto a 19th century battlefield with a tank, frankly, you're fine with like a Renault FT-17 or one of the British light tanks, because all you need is a machine gun.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need a 120mm gun in the Napoleonic Wars. In
the Punic Wars, you certainly don't need them.
No.
Dragon, be afraid. Knight has Knight spotted you and has question 7 prime for you apparently.
Not surprising. It's almost like I was what's it called, chatting in the chat about it and how many questions he's normally allowed.
Mm-hmm. Chandler, what can you tell us about the carrier of the the career, I'm guessing, not carrier, of the Porpoise class sub USS Permit?
Were they the attempt by the US Navy to make a couple of... Didn't they do the Permit and the Porpoise? I may be thinking about the wrong ships. As kind of smaller than like the Palau Gato run just before they joined the war. Or was that... Or is this the nuclear ones?
I'm having fun with this one. Going through my notes. My notes came up with the nuclear vessel. Helpful enough.
No, I might have been thinking of the Mackerel class.
Were they holy?
Always.
Yes, with kind of torpedo-shaped things that would come out of some of the holes as well. I mean, fortunately, this being early war USA in World War II, I mean, they wouldn't go bang or anything, and they would go very slowly. I mean, they could be overtaken by a Blackburn in a headwind. But
No, they would go bang. They just might not go bang in a predictable and reliable manner. Get your facts straight.
I would say that it's kind of interesting in that they let her go. The thing I would say most interesting about her wartime career, and she did survive World War II, was she was allowed to do 13 patrols. Normally, the US Navy is kind of suspicious. And, yeah. She went on and did her 14th patrol. 14th War Patrol, and she was from Pearl Harbor, but she did 14 patrols totally through the war. But most ships normally, when they got to number 12, would go for a long refit and then sort of come back. She does her 12th patrol and goes on her 13th almost straight away, then comes back, does her 14th, and then goes for refit. Yeah.
okay, so exactly which senior admiral's daughter was the captain sleeping with?
That's... I wasn't going to say that out loud, but there is part of me going that did someone not like this crew?
Nimitz had a couple of daughters, didn't he?
Yeah, she had a good career. She had a very active career, but that's more of a whole video thing than a quick question thing. Joe Fredericks, the Titanic still managed to recruit crew. So did HMS Dreadnought. Imperial, is there still a reason to think is there a reason as to why you think the Type 22s should have been kept in service? And if so, how would it affect Royal Navy today? Honestly, as much as I love the Type 22s, I don't think they necessarily should have been kept in service. It would have been nice to keep them in service longer, but that's only going to really serve as a... And the thing I'm more annoyed with is that they sold 3 Type 23s and kept the Type 22s. It'd be more sensible to keep the Type 23s and all the Type 23s and keep them at 16, a force of 16 Type 23s. Because the moment you have a small group, it's very easy to start saving money by dropping off that group. Whereas if you had 16... Yeah, whereas if you have 16 Type 23s, you've got a nice chunk of force to generate around.
You're losing the kind of commonality, aren't you?
Yes. It's the thing of, at one point the Royal Navy would have kept there was a plan which would have kept the Royal Navy building Type 23s up until they ordered the Type 45s. Basically the plan had originally been to run the Type 23 program into the Horizon frigate program, before that into the NFR 90 program. NATO frigate 90. The thing is, they didn't. If the T-22s, they wouldn't have lasted much longer. They are more equivalent to a Type 26 in their terms of their hull strength, etc. They are definitely not a light frigate like the Type 23s are. But in nicest way, if they were still in service today, they'd be wrecked in the Royal Navy. I think they are. I think there are a couple still in service with other nations, but they would be wrecked if they'd still been in the Royal Navy. They had a very active career. Stafford, I was talking about the ship, the vessel. Right. Hal Goodson. Pre-World War I. Replace all pre- and post-dreadnoughts with 1980s Iowa class. How much earlier would war be over thanks to Tomahawk missiles, and what would your target be? If this is happening for all powers, holy guacamole! Admittedly, the Royal Navy now is operating somewhere in the region of 90 Iowa class with Tomahawk cruise missiles. So, I think we can all agree that the Kaiserliche, as good as they are about to get mullered.
Well, the Royal Navy now have a means for expressing their frustration with the German tendency to try and stay in port.
Yeah, at a certain point there is going to be a massive Tomahawk deluge on Wilhelmshaven.
I have visions of kind of, the skies going dark with Tomahawks just flying over.
Pranas Vikakuma, Germany would gain most, they had a lot of pre-dreadnoughts. No, the Royal Navy had 60. Germany did not have anywhere near the same amount of pre-dreadnoughts as the British did. They had a goodly number. They do gain about, I do admit, in the nicest way, the Germans go from having about 20 to about 40 odd capital ships to having 40 hours. The British have about 90. Maybe a little bit more, actually. I'm doing the maths in my head.
Does
all the battle cruisers, all those ships included, that's a lot.
Does Tomahawk have inertial navigation system?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think all of those sorts of missiles do, because they almost rely on the fact that you're going to take out the GPS. Or your enemy's going to take out GPS.
You have to remember that the GPS system... If I remember correctly, it only went live in... only became operational in 1993, so 1980s Iowa and 1980s Tomahawks.
No, it must be no. The military had it earlier than that, because it was used. They were using it in the first Gulf War.
Yeah, they start building it in the 1970s. It's being built in the 1980s, but it doesn't reach full global coverage of 24 constellations and actually be certified for full military use till 1993. Yeah, Pranava Sigma. Yeah, it does make the Navy's pretty much glass cannons, but the really big sufferers are going to be the destroyers with the Iowa secondaries and. Oh good lord, I'm thinking about 5-inch guns. Oh good lord, 1980s Iowa Sea-Whiz. Sea-Whiz versus airships. Oh good god. And the nuclear tipped Tomahawks, yes.
I'm thinking about the fact that the Germans armed most of a lot of their light cruisers with 4-inch guns.
Yeah.
They're just going to be blown out of the water with secondaries without any real effort.
Yeah, Canopus is now in Iowa. Craddock is not only a very happy admiral, Seydlitz is crying. Frigate, so's HMS New Zealand now in Iowa.
More spices now in Iowa.
With nuclear tomahawks. This is... The thing is, the Iowas don't really carry... They only have the close-in CWIS system for doing air defense. You only need one of those nuclear-tipped tomahawks to hit Wilhelmshaven. It's going to be who hits whose port first. And the odds are it's going to be the Royal Navy, literally because the Royal Navy's more likely to have an Iowa out at sea when they change a ship out at sea when it happens. And a captain's going to look at that go, I can solve all my problems in one go. Yeah. That's a out-of-context Martian problem. Timu, what if the Third Reich would have gone full surface fleet instead of submarines? Would the supply of the UK be more efficient? No. If you go full surface fleet, then honestly they run into other issues. But the fact is, if the Germans go full surface fleet, that actually changes the problem for the British as differently entirely as well. At that point, suddenly the carriers and the capital ships have to be churned up quite quickly, as the destroyer production's already churned up, so they don't have to worry about that. And probably the submarines are being used to help block them in, but things like corvettes, etc., suddenly are going, well, we're not really needed. The thing is, if you're doing that, if the Germans did do that, there's going to be a limited production, because the shipyard workers are going to be, well, they're just not going to be able to do the submarines, so that's it. Shipyard workers are going to be doing a lot.
I mean, what are the Germans going to be building? Their hideous, overweight destroyers with guns of a light cruiser, or torpedo boats that...
Well, I'm presuming they're going to be working on their destroyers, their cruisers, and their full capital ships, so they're going to be trying to churn them out, including the H-class ships. The British will be churning up basically their surface action group task forces, which is based around at least one, preferably two fast capital ships, at least one, preferably two fast carriers. The carriers are providing reconnaissance and strike. Reconnaissance is to try and find them. Remember, this is a pre-satellite world. Strike is to slow them down, so you can maneuver in and choose when you engage. And then you need escorting cruisers and cruisers and destroyers around that force. If the Germans are pushing for, say, aircraft carriers as well, that is another reason why you have your own carriers, because you need the air defense fighters again. You have to remember the fighters are your outer skin of your air defense onion in this period. It's all kind of... It's one of the things of... It's nothing the British don't build anyway in this time period, just the emphasis would move from... You would, instead of having the emphasis move to, churning out things like the River class, churning out the Castle class corvettes, churning out the various generations of Black Swan sloops, etc., and all the Bay class frigates, the Lock class frigates, all those things, you would focus in on the larger warships. So it's just going to be a case of where you're shifting those builders and those things around. So it's not exactly too difficult for them to do. And it's not exactly anything they don't have the infrastructure industry all set up to do. It's one of the really annoying things when you consider battleships and carrier construction when that's paused. When that's paused by Churchill at the beginning of World War II, in one of his bright ideas, he orders them pause. All the problems which have been plaguing the KGVs, etc., had been sorted out by that point. So you probably do end up things like the Lion class, etc. But again, it's... The Germans are making a decision going full surface fleet in, let's say, 1940. You're going to first get them working through the things that are able to be built in time. And that's going to be the question. The question is, what are the Germans building of the H-class? Which H-class design do they go with? And also, you're probably going to have the RAF go, "Oh, good, large targets in shipyards on slipways. Bombing practice, lads."
Yeah, they have to make this change in 37, 38 at the latest.
Yeah, but they actually they're actually still trying to build a balanced fleet right up until 1940. So, well, so they don't mix it in that early. I would say also you have the problem of, would the supply for the UK be more efficient? Probably. Probably would be more efficient because you're running the supplies across. But yeah. Steve Clarke, you know the RF can't hit. The thing is, again, as we've been over before, you don't actually have to hit the ships. If you carpet bomb the entire slipway and take out the wood which is holding up the ships, that does the job for you. So, I think they can manage that.
Occasionally.
If they actually, it's one of those scenarios where if you actually hit the ship, you cause less damage than if you hit the wood around the ship. So please hit the wood around the ship.
This is the Air Force that would intermittently hit the wrong country. To be fair, so did the Germans, but, or you're hitting the wrong city. And I was reading about something with kind of the early campaigns by the RAF Bomber Command, and it's things like they go to strike a particular German city, and the Germans can't actually work out what city we were targeting because none of the bombs were anywhere near it.
Life could be worse.
And quite a lot of the casualty figures are things like 2 cows.
Look!
And we lose how many aircraft and their air crews?
Cows are an important war resource. The RAF Heavy Bomber Force was right to go after them. You must deny the Germans access to ice cream. You cannot have them having ice cream.
I'm pretty sure they were doing something like going after the Messerschmitt works.
Okay, Stafford Thompson. Napoleon stays on his island. Okay, so the French don't go to... we don't have that second war with the French. The Crown joins the War of 1812.
We did anyway.
Why would the Americans start the War of 18... Why would America start the War of 1812 if the British aren't already fighting the French?
This is when he goes to Elba in 1914, I think.
No, it's 1812. It says War of 1812.
No, so Britain joins the War of 1812.
Britain's already part of the War of 1812.
I know, that's the bit which I didn't fully understand.
And the War of 1812 happens after Napoleon's already left and gone back to France.
No.
Was it?
No, because he goes to Elba in 1814.
Yeah, that's after the 1812 war.
First time.
Yeah.
And then he comes back and you have the 100 days that a bit like the 100 Years' War is not 100 days long.
So he's not on his island yet when the War of 1812 happens, is he? Can he?
No, but I guess it's if he stays there, and so that Britain doesn't have to kind of...
Well, we were at war with the French before we were at war with the Americans.
Yeah.
Stafford, you're confusing us with the question, because Napoleon wasn't on his island at that point.
I mean, if Napoleon died on the retreat from Moscow in the winter of 1812 into 13, that would be interesting.
If Napoleon dies before the War of 1812 breaks out, I don't think the Americans waged the War of 1812. Because they're not that... In nicest way, not even that particular high command and that particular president is that stupid to go, you know what, Britain's not fighting the French or the Spanish at the moment, let's start a war with them.
Are you sure? I think some of them were that. I thought some of them were that stupid at that point. They'd be like, oh, well, the British are kind of...
these are the same people who believe they can replace a navy with horse-drawn carriages carrying rowboats with cannon as individual cannon on them. But I still think they have slightly more strategic sense than to believe they should start a war with the British when the British are completely uninvolved elsewhere.
What, you mean the global hegemon?
Hmm.
No, I mean, of course you can take on the global hegemon whilst they're not in any way, shape or form distracted. It'll go absolutely brilliantly
It's
for
usually
you.
the best time to take on the global hegemon when they're distracted.
Yeah. I mean, just ask... I don't know, the Dacians in about kind of the 2nd century AD. That went really well for them.
(1961) In AAO, the Royal Navy uses the CM for CG, DM for DDG, FM for FFG. So why wasn't a prefect like that ever adopted in the Cold War? And whose prefect system would the Empire use if it never went away? The Royal Navy would have kept going with their own system, which really wasn't that kind of prefect system. The whole reason for the prefect system was to make NATO work together. It's a NATO prefect system to make sure that everyone knows, oh, this is a... so you know from standard, this is a guided missile frigate. If you're basically, if you're an American commander or a French commander or a British commander, and your fleet and you're Italian or Spanish or whatever, and one of your allies is coming in and a ship's coming in, you don't have to look up that details of that ship to know it is a missile frigate, or it is a gun frigate, or it is a missile destroyer, or it is a cruiser. You know from its number what it is.
So, just to say though that the M on those things would, with the possible exception of frigates, that means a mine layer. So it's a cruiser mine layer is CM.
Yeah.
DM is a destroyer mine layer, and FM is frequency modulation, but or possibly female to male transition. But yeah, no, the Royal Navy had the allocated with pennant numbers.
Well,
with a
the thing, my friend, the thing that's often forgotten about the War of 1812 is that the British the British, from by the end of the war, have taken back most of Maine. Admittedly, Maine kind of welcomed us in and went, "Hello, welcome. Can we carry on trading?" Yes, we can. Okay, carry on. But you know, we'd basically gone for your lobster, Mark Vrem. That's what we done. We gone for the best source of American lobster. Victor, if Britain wasn't going for a status antebellum with America and got what they probably do, they would probably keep Maine because Maine helps them secure Canada. And they quite like Maine, and Maine quite likes Britain. Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. You have one of your original states is quite prepared to turn British at a moment's notice, or at least Canadian. Perhaps that'll be the next swap. Alberta for Maine. We'll leave that to one side, though. That's just me joking. That's not me getting involved in politics. Doesn't mean just joking. But it's a case of. It's one of the joyous bits of it. As for the rest, what would we want in that period? Potentially abolition of abolition of slavery. Potentially would do that, and respect of trade rights. We probably won't give a flying hoot about westward expansion for the US, because as long as the US is expanding westward, they're going to be concentrating on expanding westward and not causing problem for anyone else in the world. Equally, so that keeps them busy.
US expansion westward also creates an excellent market for selling weapons to
America and
indigenous Americans, as well as the
yeah. That
we've
it
got
might
a whole
depend
load of spare
in a
brown
war of
vest
1812, which is expanded and goes on victorious. The thing is, some of the people who are deciding the terms of the victory might not be British. They could be indigenous peoples. So i.e. Native Americans. So you could end up in that scenario with a Native American state in the center of America, in the center of the in the center of the modern of continental United States.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, I would say that the War of 1812 is possibly America's greatest pre-Reconstruction own goal.
Yeah.
We had fun. It was a fun thing for everyone. Mr.
You sure
Akra.
it wasn't accepting Texas into the Union?
No, Texas is always fun.
Yeah, but they were more fun as an independent.
Imperial wasn't then the British plan to set up a Native American buffer state. Not really a British plan, but if our allies happened to be very successful and wanted to set it up, we wouldn't say no.
I would happily sell them weapons to do it.
The main problem you have with that scenario is suggesting the British actually had a plan. That's the problem. The War of 1812 is a classic one of the British going, "What the frigate? We're in the middle of fighting the French here!" Seriously, sorry, hold there, French. We're just going to have to deal with them. We know they're your allies and sometimes get involved, but seriously, we're in the middle of fighting here and they're interrupting us. It's kind of like Russia claiming to be Britain's oldest foe. The French are currently responding on Twitter going, "Excuse us?" You know, I've never seen more the only place I've seen more outraged Frenchmen is in my comment section whenever I say anything mildly critical about, mildly less than, well, not even critical, mildly less than adoring about the Frem. Joe Ferris, the entire US Army in 1812 consisted of about 12,000 regulars. I have no idea why anyone thought this war was a good idea. No one sensible did! Mr. Acker, is it true that the PL Navy is building more ships than it can possibly maintain in the long run? If true, is this as foreboding of them starting a war as one may think? Not really, but they do have a infrastructure lag in terms of their maintenance and support infrastructure. But there is also a good reason to believe that they are churning through ships quite quickly in certain levels, and some of the older ships are going to be leaving service before they need to be maintained and have significant maintenance. So I think that's more of a possibility. The thing is, you have shipyards which build ships, and you have maintenance yards, okay? You can have a lot of people, but you have to build them actual yards to do your maintenance. So if you're using the yard space for building ships, you cannot maintain a ship in the same space a ship is being built, because only one thing is in space at a time. So the trouble for the Chinese at the moment is they haven't built enough yard space for maintenance. So I myself, I think it's probably that the older vessels are going to go in the 2020s, and they are bringing in the new generation. I think they also are expanding things, but if you fit with that, looked at as a model, it makes sense for what they're doing. Okay? They are not planning to keep ships for 2 major refits in their life. They're doing 1 major refit, and then after they finish that, they are either handed over to the Coast Guard if they're still useful for the Coast Guard, or they're going to be got rid of. That's the reality, I think, of what they're going for. I think realistically they could start building more yard space, but at the moment, they haven't started anything, and it takes a good 4 or 5 years to build a yard. So I see the older ships going. And they also have the option of selling off those older ships to other nations. So they have lots of options to do that with those things. But I don't see things like the Sovereignty class destroyers lasting much longer. I don't see things like the older vessels that they've got lasting much longer in Chinese service. They are producing a far more vibrant, far more modern, far more effective force. And there are ships in there which, frankly, they are a pain to maintain. They are a pain to provide the logistics for. And yes, you can have a lot of people, but just because you have a lot of people doesn't mean you have infinite budget and infinite people to spread around doing things and be stupid and be wasting them. There is a certain point at which you're sitting there going, why am I spending money on this? It isn't a useful asset to have. And especially with ships, at a certain point, the salt water wins. Because it always wins. It doesn't matter which navy you are. It doesn't matter how great your fleet is. It doesn't matter how great your nation is. Salt water wins in the end. It always does. So, the thing is, they are going to have to build slightly more infrastructure for maintenance. They do, their shortage in space moment has been constant because they're constantly attracting so much money and so much focus on expanding the construction yard space. They are probably going to scale back the construction a little bit at a certain point, so that's going to free up more some of that yard space for maintenance. But they've also got to construct some more yard space for maintenance to maintain their fleet as largely. Look at the, it's. And in a nice way, you've got a classic lesson going on with the American Navy at the moment. The American Navy is a really well-worked Navy, but it's also been an overworked Navy. They've been generating 110-plus vessels at sea for quite a while from a force which is nowhere near 330, let alone probably, if you're going to be doing this long-term, the 380, 400 you should be looking at if you want to keep this up. It is closer to 280, 260, depending on the time period. So the thing is, that's not something the Chinese want to drop themselves in. The Chinese are good at long-term planning, and the Chinese are working this up. So, yeah. Also, you have to think also, some of the time spent retrofitting those ships was actually spent learning the systems they're putting into them, and developing their technologies and developing their yard capabilities. So, you retrofitting that ship is great as a learning experience to learn how to retrofit your better ships. It's going to sound strange, but let's put it this way. Do you want the first time you retrofit a ship to be something which is a really capable asset you want to keep capable for the next 15 years? Or do you want the first time you retrofit a ship be something that if you manage to muck it up, you can write off and not worry about it? Think about this. Which would you prefer to do? Spend? So you spend time, effort retrofitting those ships, and you learn what not to do. The Chinese are great at doing iterative learning and developing their force. It's one of the reasons why they've built quite the solid force they have done. They've done a lot of iterative learning. And they're continuing on with that. Imperial. What if the British seize Louisiana before Napoleon sells it to the US? Then that's going to be an interesting conversation. Because if the British have taken Louisiana and Napoleon sells it to the US, but the British control Louisiana, then the Americans are going to be left with a thing of turning up to British and going, "Excuse me, we own this."
Well,
and the British are going to look at them and go, "Do you? We were here first."
Wasn't
and right of conquest is a thing.
But that purchase was funded by, in no small part, British banks, wasn't it?
Yes. It's amazing thing is, Americans took loans from British banks to buy land from France, with the money used would be used by France to fight the British. Apart from a large chunk of the money didn't arrive because it was nicked by the British. If I remember correctly.
Because in this situation, the British just wouldn't give the Americans the money.
Yeah.
It's like,
also, there is one interesting distinction here is, are we talking the current political sub-entity known as the state, of Louisiana, or are we talking the entire Louisiana Purchase? Because if it's just Louisiana and New Orleans, that has some very interesting implications for United States industrial development.
Well, I think it's the
Because,
entirety of the Louisiana Purchase.
well, I'm thinking if it is just the state as we know it today,
If it's just the state,
if you
yes,
have that in the hands of foreign power, you no longer have free and clear navigation of the Mississippi down to the
no.
Gulf.
For the British, if they take Louisiana and they take it all, they get basically the British at that point would get Nebraska, Oklahoma, Louisiana, New Orleans, Missouri, Iowa, South Dakota, most of North Dakota, large chunk of Montana, most of Wyoming, a goodly chunk of Colorado, Oklahoma, even a patch of bits of Texas and New Mexico, and some of Minnesota would all belong to Britain if they took that. It would be the fund of Chase Commands, as I said, it would be the entire Louisiana Purchase. Yeah, if that happened, yeah.
Well, all that land that suddenly becomes basically Canada.
Yeah.
That has
Kind of stops the westward expansion a bit for the Americans as well.
just a bit.
Because there's now... Basically, I wonder if at that point you end up with getting Super Texas taking over the westward side. So you get the Greater Texas taking over the west right from the sea to shining sea. You get America on the eastward side of the old colonies and some of their areas, and you get the Louisiana Purchase and Canada forming the Greater Canada.
Well, my thought with that is that what the British are going to want in that situation is probably to have access to the whole length of the Mississippi, because they're going to be connecting the Great Lakes to going south, or at least want to have free trade along it.
A Mexican-British war is not the same as an Mexican-American war. A Mexican-British war is the British turning up to Mexico going, you know you need a loans from us to do anything? Yeah? Do you really want to go to war with us? Because we'll call in the loans. And we won't supply you money. I think in the Mexican-American War is a great scenario of the British actually providing money to both sides and weapons to both sides, if I remember correctly.
This is appropriate because we're talking about Texas and other Confederate states. But somebody has pointed out that the Hammerfall bunker from Warhammer 40k, which was recently moved to Legends, lasted longer than the Confederate States of America.
Ah, the Hammerfall bunker.
But
I ordered one. I love it too much.
It's such a cool system to bring in. You bring down half a dozen in a corner and you just go, yeah, now try and get through that.
the Aztec Empire was founded after Oxford University was set up.
What are the Legends rules for playing the Confederacy? Immediate comment. Bayonets!
Lions, if early VLS has destroyed us, it's standardized on 96 cells for an anti-air fit. How does this change the rest of the ship design, and where would you use them? See the modern standards being set. Okay.
I don't understand the question.
I'm not sure about if the early VLS has destroyed us. I'm not sure where that bit comes in. But I would say if cells are standardized on 96, then you probably end up with things like, as I was talking about earlier, with Type 45 would have had a 48 cells aft in probably a 3x2 arrangement across the hull, somewhere in the superstructure, and 48 cells forward. We'd be in a far better position than we are now. You'd also have a lot more space below deck, so you probably would have ended up with more power generation being added in as it would have made sense to do so. And so you probably wouldn't have had the problems of Type 45. Similar to Horizon class frigates, they'd have been bigger. Also, probably you've got bigger frigates as well. If the standard cells was 96 for an anti-air fit, then it's going to be far harder to argue 32 or even or less for a frigate. You're going to be looking at most frigates probably aiming for about 48, which is probably going to help things. It's a case of if the 96, if it's not the 48, it's the 96 cell chosen as the standardized fit. It changes things quite dramatically. There's also the scenario in that one where you end up with, and it's going to sound strange, once you've already got 96 A50 cells for, let's say, Type 45, there is already a chance you're building a big enough ship that you're going to get you're going to get 24 Mark 41 VLS put forward and 24 put aft with those two sets of VLS systems, and so you end up with it having that sort of whole fit which I said. Because, and the reason I'm saying this is because once you're already putting into space for the 96, adding in the extra 24 is not a lot, and as said, what you probably end up doing with the with at least 24 of those these days be quad packing C Scepter. So you'd end up with 96 96 Aster 30s and 96 C Scepters on your destroyer. Good luck! That's going to be a fairly large amount of missiles to defend yourself with. It's also, you're going to have 24 VLS cells for doing something else with them, so probably Tomahawk, maybe SM3, potentially ASRock. In that order of likelihood. Most likelihood, Tomahawk. Next most likely thing is, well, you know, we'll get some SM3, so we, like the Dutch, are also able to do fierce ballistic missile defense for Europe, and that would be quite useful. You could always have the argument come through that, well, actually, we shouldn't actually do, we shouldn't do 24 cells for CAM. We should do 16 cells, so we carry 64 of those, and then we have 32 cells to spread around. But that's more a scenario of if you have ASRock, because then you probably go for 16 cells of Talum, 8 cells of ASRock, and 8 cells of SM3, and 16 cells of CAM. So you're only carrying 64 CAM then, but you still got 160 anti-aircraft missiles. Yeah, your VLS filling out your VLSS is going to be an expensive activity. 96831. If the British built the 4 unfinished Central class as maintenance carriers to replace Unicorn, Perseus, Triumph, and Pioneer, what aircraft model would be the limit for those carriers?
Depends how hard you want to refit them.
That's pretty much what I was thinking, but realistically, the thing is, they could all deal with Harriers, but they might have trouble with Phantoms and Buccaneers. That's the really weird thing. They could actually be quite useful with Harriers, but Phantoms and Buccaneers might be the issue. Who was accusing Imperial of robbing a patron? Question.
Besides, even if it passes into production, you get a 45-minute plus video times 2 sometimes on the question.
Duke Manager. There is always the chance, and I would say this before I accuse anyone, I would say first time there's a chance of convergent development, which we've been over a fair number of times on this channel. But yeah. Oh, Duke Manager. Yeah. But let's be honest, there's also a difference between the response you get here and the response you get in a Patreon question. Patron question will be a 12-slide video.
Why does my killer whale look like a shark and my dolphin look like a shark?
Okay. Knight 6... Answer that one. Joel Fredericks. Instead of Germany seizing the French fleet, what if the Italians seized the French Med fleet, except for the one President Alexander in 1940?
That I think the French would fight.
I think the French would have fought either one. Remember, they sank their fleet rather than let the Germans seize it. They would fight. If the Italians tried to seize it, they'd also probably try and sink it.
But I think they actually disliked the Italians more at this stage.
Yes, they dislike the Italians more than they dislike the Germans. So they would possibly, in theory, rather than sink their fleet, try and take their fleet out to sea. And 1940, they could do it as well. You have to remember, by the time that they end up having to sink their fleet, they've basically lost fuel and all the other things which they could have used to get the ships out. Oh, you're going to get to ask a question. I think we're about to open up the questions. Eric Thomas. The queue is just about to open up, so Eric, it's just about to open up. It's an alternate history one, so usually the questions take longer to answer than the regularly. Because they're usually more than just yes, no, quick answers. 9641. If the Malayan government ordered a Dido-class cruiser before the war, and the British take her over, which admiral would want her? Which admiral would want an AA cruiser?
Pitt.
Every single one! Cunningham in the Mediterranean will want it. The home fleet will always want it. I'm fairly sure Phillips would love it. So, yeah. That's kind of like going, I'm in a room of chocoholics who love to eat chocolate and putting up, I have a box of chocolates, which one of you wants it? There's not going to be anyone turning it down.
Are they the best cruisers? No. Are they better than a gap in your lineup? Hell's yes. Although I did manage to get quite a lot of amused things. There was a chat, there's a kind of small chat at work, which was, who is the best, which was effectively, somebody posed the question of, who's the best more junior person, best person on the more junior tier of work, to which my response was, Rotogap.
So we all know post-World War II subs are heavily influenced by the Type 21 U-boat. But who did it better? The Soviets with the Zulus, the Americans with the Barracudas, or the British with the Porpoise? Okay, so the Type 21 kind of gets overstated in history. Okay, it's cool to say the Type 21 has these influences. The Porpoise class are a development of the VUs and development on from the U class. The British development of their submarines. Yes, they look at the Type 21. Yes, they go, "Oh, that's got some interesting ideas in terms of energy." But the hull design, the hull shaping, all that's coming from the British-owned development, which has gone into the U class and the V class and carried on. And you have to remember, the British are pretty proud at that point because they are the only ones in the world who've had a sub-on-some kill with with their submarines.
There's still
no one else
has had.
Yes, they're kind of egotistical about that. So just they're keeping that. The Russians dive into the Type 21s. They find issues with them, but they basically use them because their development of submarine development in World War II had basically stalled completely. They were trying to churn out things, but they keep having to move the development yards around, the people who are doing research and development keep having to change their positioning, keep losing personnel, keep having things go wrong. It had ruined it. It had wrecked it completely. For example, so they used it quite a lot. And the Americans honestly look at the Type 21s, and whilst their politicians are slavering over them, their submariners and their engineers are going, we do that better. We did that better. Our subs did great in the World War Two, in World War One. There are some tech in here we like the idea of, but we don't really like the sub. So you have a lot of people go, this is influenced by the Type 21 boat, and it's a case of it is or isn't. I would say realistically, the ones who did it best, who went in most in terms of using it, were probably the Soviets because they had to. Everyone, the others were sort of looking at its tech and going, "We like the tech. What about submarine? No, we hate that. We have our own. They're better." It was that kind of. I would describe it as, what's that film which has a woman called Miranda Priestley in it? Devil Wears Prada. It's kind of like a Devil's Wear Prada situation when they're talking about the other fashion magazines. There might be a really good idea done by another fashion magazine, but it's not their idea. Knight 6831. If the Empire never declined and somehow the design as original timeline still come out, why do we probably be the Type 45 Daring class that the British that becomes the British Burke? Because that's the equivalent time period vessel. You could argue the Type 42s, but realistically, it's the Darings.
I mean, you'd hope that they'd go for a slightly bigger design.
You would hope they would to go.
But it's the Royal Navy. Well, no, sorry, it's the British government. So.
Paul, in the modern frigate premiere frigate premiere on Friday, you said you would need to get a subscription to Jane's fighting ships. I don't think it's. If we're talking about Jane's. If I was getting an upgraded subscription and getting in their full Defence Weekly and Defence Intelligence View, the yearly subscriptions are £666. So basically, to get both subscriptions, which I would probably need if we're going to keep going down this route, and I should probably have. It would be about £1,332, I think. Yeah, £1,332 for both a year. The latest fighting ships, if I was going to buy the latest fighting ships just for this year, that's £2,000. The one for last year is £1,600. The one for the year before that is £1,300, and it goes £1,000, etc. to have access to it and all different things. I used to work with, as I said, King's and a few universities, and literally this is where a lot of the expense goes when you're talking about university and what they're spending money on. They're spending money on journal access to these sort of things because they are expensive. I think, if I remember correctly, with some of these magazines, you basically have people spending some in the region of £150,000 to £200,000 a year for access to all their data. Janes are very expensive. I put it in here for you all to see. Yeah, there's a. So you can see the prices. That's what you're sort of looking at in terms of, and I don't currently have an active subscription under my own name. When I want to use one for this kind of stuff, I have one of the companies I work with just allows me to use theirs for the work I do with them, and they don't mind if the odd article is coming this way. They basically go, yeah, we pay for it, you're allowed to use it, that's fine. You're just reading an article we have access to anyway. It's not problematic. But the thing is, if I'm going to start doing this more often, I probably need to start paying that bill. And that's a lot of money. But it's basically, if the channel's if people are gonna keep asking for some of the modern questions on these big overview videos, and that was in response to all the number of comments asking me about those frigates, and I did say I went with the six most commonly asked about frigates on the channel. Yeah. Yeah, the journal. Yeah, the nicest way. If you want to make academics shudder, you ask them how much it costs to have access to their journals. That will literally cause most academics to have a panic attack. I'm lucky in that most of my research is archival based, so my costs are hotels and travel to get there. If you really want to be safe with that particular website, I'm just going to say this now. Do not, whatever you do, click on the costs of, which section is it? Just checking. Of the weapons journals, because look at how much money some of them go for. The weapons sections get really expensive. If you are an enthusiast about weapons, Jane's is not the magazine you want to become addicted to. You do not.
There are cheaper addictions. We can offer... Well, I was going to say Warhammer, but okay, that probably isn't.
No, Warhammer is not cheaper. Iron Brew is my safest addiction. Yeah, Iron Brew is my cheapest addiction. Stafford Thompson. The Crown backs the Caribbean pirates and funds them as privateers through the Golden Age up to the War of Insurrection. Do they continue to fund them for another fleet versus the States or pull out? They probably keep funding them if they're still useful.
Are they annoying the Spanish or the French? Yes? Excellent. Keep going.
It's just, yeah, it's... Look, I worked it out. One of the history journals, which I'm not going to name because I don't want to be holding up as a real example, that actually makes Jane's look cheap. They have one magazine, one historical journal. It produces 4 a year. For a yearly subscription, it is $2,500 for an individual user. If you're a corporate user, like a university would be considered, even education corporate, so you can have multiple users, you are consequently charged a lot more. Steve Clarke, between Runon, Dr. C, and Glyn, they could afford a Jane's subscription if they dumped their Warhammer addictions. Yeah.
You have not seen the contents of my
Hey,
bank balance.
Ruin's been pretty tame with that Warhammer stuff.
Yeah, Dragon, the section you do not want Foxo finding out about is the historic Jane subscription service to their old magazines and stuff.
Pretty sure she already knows.
Has she found the subscription service that allows you access to all of it as a digital format rather than buying the books? Because it's a $10,000 flat fee last time I checked. Dragon is going, I'm going to scrub the internet of that before she tries to spend that bill.
We must erase the internet.
Channel. In a world where the Royal Navy kept Tiger in the London Naval Treaty instead of Iron Duke and decided to recommission her in 37, would replacing her 39 boilers with 12 free-drum boilers increase the speed? Probably, yes. You probably actually have the space for it and would actually have tonnage allowance. You could probably also put twin 14s instead of 13.5-inch guns. because the barbettes are, from memory, not that different in size. It's a case of it's going to be a squeeze, but it's a squeeze you can do. Well, I'm just going to put a smiley face on that one. Knights Together for one. If the British built a successor to the Colossus-class maintenance carrier, and Unicorn-class forward aviation support ships, what would that look like?
Surprisingly like a carrier.
Probably like a slightly advanced version of those ships. No, Seneca Near, 10 grand only covers you for a year. Seneca's going, 10 grand for a year is a good deal. 10 grand for a year, 10 grand for a lifetime is a good deal. 10 grand for 1 year. Oh. I think that might be Seneca's just collapsed on the floor by the way the O's phrased. Had Mao Zedong and his associates decided to annex the British colony of Hong Kong after World War II, how significantly might contemporary China differ? Could it evolve into a democratic state? Doubtful, but it could have ignited a war, because I
was going to say, that's how you get a war, and you suddenly get the British assuming this is 1945, you still have the whole British Empire.
He's not in. The earliest it could do. The earliest he could do it would be 1949.
Oh. I was planning on using it as a way of distracting the Indians and Pakistanis from killing each other.
Basically, you end up with it if it happens in 1949 and he goes for it in 1949. You considering all the forces already there for the various operations going on, you end up with quite a significant battle, and that's going to be the problem. There's American, there's Australian, there's British forces in Hong Kong, there's a lot of other forces in Hong Kong sitting at the time, so you end up with, you have to start, if you annex it, you're going to be starting a war with all those powers, because all those powers forces are going to be there. And you might go, well, the Americans might not side with the British for empire. No, but telling a load of American sailors who've been fighting a war via their British sailors that when their friends next door to them are coming under attack and having to fight a war, that they need to keep quiet, is going to take a lot of effort, especially as you're probably going to have very little notice to do so. I.e., artillery shells, bombs start going to come in, and the fighting's going to start before you can send a message to your forces not to take part. So, yeah.
They may also have learned from the Panay incident.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Apparently, the question from Brandon Larson is in cyclic. So can someone look at it in cyclic and check it?
What if the entire 20th Air Force was sent back in time to World War I with enough supplies and ordnance for 24 months of operations? They will have B-29s and P-51Ds. The ground crew and crews go back as well as do airfields capable of operating them in France. How does the air war go?
The war is over in a few weeks.
You think it takes that long?
Well, it's B-29s. They need a lot of maintenance.
Yeah, but it's the P-51Ds.
Yeah, well, they'll be wrecking their supply columns and a lot of troops, but the B-29s will just be wrecking everything.
It's more so the thing which will do the damage will be the Allied artillery. Because suddenly the Germans have no aerial observation and no way of countering the Allied aerial recce, which have suddenly got access to those radios.
Which work.
which
And
works,
also-
so they can so you can suddenly call in fire orders and fire missions effectively. So you've suddenly changed that entire paradigm of the artillery problems you had.
Sorry, Eric. We're not that far off reopening as well. That's that
And
thing.
then you get the B-29s and the P-51s blowing up anything that looks remotely like a German logistics anything.
Yeah.
It is a good
Yeah,
time to not be German.
This turns World War One into a mere matter of pushing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No, they'll still manage to have tens of thousands of deaths on the Allied side just because depressing.
Questions open.
And let's face it, the Germans are not going to give in easily.
No. Right. I'm gonna quickly.
I'm gonna have to open that investment, aren't I?
I'm gonna go close the window in my bedroom back there because it's currently letting in water through the rain. Because apparently the rain's managing to jump up, judging by the looks of it, up off the roof in through the open window. Give me a second. Ah. Oh, good lord. You were 5 seconds away from clicking away. Well, glad you didn't. Ay, caramba.
Oh, that's not bad.
Oh, good lord. I can make it. I can make it.
I'm not certain I would deadhead to Richmond for only $100, but you know, I mean, I guess it is all interstate. It's an easy drive. It's just one way or another, you're deadheading for 50 miles. So
I would
at
say
midnight.
one of the annoying things was that good job I did put the towel on the bed, but bad job, towel's now sopping wet. So I took it downstairs. Steve, it is the 1940s. The Columbus and his Spanish turn up in New World. It's 1490s. Columbus and his Spanish turn up in the New World and find it full of Vikings who have been busy since they arrived 400 years earlier. But I had the constraint that many of the settlers had lost contact with Europe. Do we have a more Northern European-dominated 15th-16th century without New World resources bolstering Spain and Portugal? If you come to losing, it depends how much contact they've lost. I don't think they've lost contact completely. Many of the settlers have lost contact, but I don't think all of them will have done. There'll still be some trade going back and forwards because that's how the Vikings work. So, The odds are you turn up in North America and you suddenly find, oh my lord, that's a sufficient significant army, and that's a quite a well fortified city, and oh, you also have access to firearms of some kind. Okay, we love and respect you. Would you like to trade? Probably happens. It would be an interesting scenario. What you'd have. You'd probably have. Knowing that also the way the Vikings work. Yeah, you might not have the New World resources coming into Spain and Portugal, but you also they'll probably go hunting elsewhere as well for it. You'd probably get them turning up in India earlier. Oh, poor India. Having to deal with the Spanish in that period. I don't wish that on anyone. But no, honestly, you probably find that they find pockets of places they can set up colonies, but they do have other issues. I do know some people have noticed that the loophole is the super chats, which can come in at any time. Yeah. They're the super chats.
If they want to pay to play, they can pay to play.
Oh. It would be... The Vikings have a habit of building quite interesting settlements, and the Vikings have a habit of fighting occasionally enough amongst themselves when they make settlements that they do tend to if they're large enough, they do tend to find they generate fortifications anyway. Gameplay. You become the major country's naval chief of staff in 1918. With all knowledge you have right now, and remain in charge even in World War II, what would your policy be in each of these countries? Major countries. Oof.
And rule the waves.
In Britain, I would be pushing for fast capital ships and the 16.5-inch gun as quickly as I could start it. 1550s definitely. I would be trying to avoid the treaties. For America, I'd be wanting the treaties because it's a useful thing for us, but I'd want to change the carrier numbers. And I'd also want to invest in a lot of research and development, so I'd try and keep decent research and development funding going through. For Italy, I'd be working on my infrastructure. Similar with France. In a nice way, if I'm not building stuff, I might as well work and improve my infrastructure to build stuff and push it through so I can build more quickly and build better when I want to build. For Japan, I'd be pushing methodologies to make myself as self-sufficient as I possibly could. There are systems to make oil not oil as in fuel oil, but lubricants certainly from coal, etc. will be systems I'd be pushing for. I'd be also working on my infrastructure, and I would probably be pursuing policies which would allow me to get away from the elite specialist approach to having a more generous approach. Okay? There is literally a scenario whereby you go, right, if I want to have my aircraft carriers and have aircraft for them, and that's a big problem, having pilots and having the aircraft for them, then I need to accept pilots who are not as good. So basically I need to start a policy that you get more than one chance to run through. Probably I would say, put it as a thing of, you get 3 chances to end up in the top probably 10% of the class to pass through and become a sort of part, and the people who are in the next 10% down get options of becoming bomber pilots or transport pilots. Turn that around, because single-seater aircraft I need my best pilots in. And probably even if you make it into the top 40% of a class, you're allowed, if it's your first time or your second time, to go around again. If that makes sense. That being sort of my policy.
Your reasonableness is unreasonable. I demand that anyone who fails to be in the top 5% immediately commit suicide, otherwise they have dishonored their ancestors.
Oh, Joe Fricks, I don't think India would go as well for the Spanish. Trying to populate India would go as well for the Spanish. I just wouldn't wish the Spanish conquistadors on anyone. The sheer amount of diseases and unsanitary practices they brought with themselves were just... No one deserves that.
Yeah, but India's old world, so they already know all those diseases, so they're not going to cause as much havoc.
No, they're not going to cause much havoc, but they're still going to have to deal with them. But probably you're looking at them ending up in Southeast Asia and that sort of area. You have to remember, they are looking to try and find a way around the Silk Road so they don't have to pay the money to the Ottomans. What they're basically, Portugal and Spain are both looking for, is a way to economically undermine the Ottoman Empire and get rich doing it. Answer that one. Momokyo. If Japan starts World War II without attacking Pearl Harbor, but still attacks the Philippines Act, what do they use the Kiribatai for in the opening phases? If they're using it at that point, then they're going to be using it to try and hunt down, to basically dominate the South China Sea. But also, they could be positioning it in the Pacific and waiting for the American response force so they can start the attrition doctrine. So basically, they're sitting there waiting for the Americans to come across the Pacific so they can start attriting them. That was their doctrinal policy up until, 1940-ish almost. Okay, I had 2 super chats. Thank you for them, by the way. Thank you for the super chats. It's always nice to have them. Oh, seriously, if I keep getting asked the modern questions and have to go towards the Janes, that is going to be such a big bill. Oh, I shouldn't have looked. I shouldn't let you guys talk me into looking it up. Now it's just the cost of that's just going around my head. Stafford Thompson. HMS Vanguard is kept as the same as the hours, and she's refitted in a similar manner and used the Falklands along with as a refitted Tiger. How long do they last afterwards? If she lasts long enough, she probably ends up being preserved like like Belfast. If she lasts into the Falklands War, takes part in that, she's probably retired in the 90s. If maybe in the late 1980s, and honestly, Margaret Thatcher and that lot probably jump on her as a great thing to put up. So she probably ends up. Where do you think they put Vanguard? Do you think it'd be Portsmouth? It probably in Portsmouth, currently in the place where we currently have the Queen Elizabeth class, but Queen Elizabeth class carriers put alongside would be where she'd be berthed. So you could have her, Warrior, Victory, Mary Rose. That'd be quite a nice set sitting there, wouldn't it? Maybe you could bring her more along, but then you'd have to deal with you might end up locking out of the boathouse. It'd be Portsmouth. Okay, so maybe try to stop the Great Depression. I would certainly want to try and stop the Great Depression, but I don't know how I could really do that single-handedly. Because the Great Depression is caused by a massively stupid financial position. The one thing I would probably do is stop Britain going onto the gold, or trying to go to return to the gold standard early, but that'd be me basically getting hold of Winston Churchill and going, whack, 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 whack! No gold standard!
I worry about Winston Churchill in these sorts of timelines because the number of times he's going to get clobbered around the head going, no, bad Winston, naughty, don't do that.
the thing you have to remember is that the problem for him is he's in a senior position at a lot of critical times at points in these periods, and so he makes a lot of decisions, and some decisions he makes well, and those are usually recounted in the books about him. But the decisions he mucks up are constantly debated because they are able to be debated because they are something worthy of debate. Whereas the good decisions usually are, he went with a logical solution, it made sense.
I think you'll find that they're mostly outlined in the books he wrote.
Yes, the trouble is also, I would say, with some of the decisions that he shouldn't have made is he writes his defence in the books he wrote. He writes, and those defences actually get him into more trouble than they help. Because they sound really good from his perspective until anyone actually critically looks on them and goes, excuse me. But I do sit there and go, there isn't anyone better than Churchill for the position at the time. That's the problem. You're sitting in a situation when he becomes Prime Minister of the UK, in that there is no one else who has the international standing, the national standing, the parliamentary standing, and the armed forces standing, plus the I've actually been talking about this issue for a while standing, and the ability to actually get people behind him. There is no one else who fits all those criteria. There are lots of people who have different options within that criteria, but no one else who ticks all those boxes.
That's the totally agree. I can't see anyone else who would have done half as good a job.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is for all his mistakes, he does do a better job than another option. And the other option is Halifax, and that's a really bad choice. Halifax is one of nature's natural diplomats. He thinks everything can be sorted by talking. The thing which annoys me with and I'm going to say this about the Bengal famine, is the ships in World War II is an issue which is going on around the world. He doesn't really have much control of that. However, the investment in railway infrastructure from the 1930s, yes, he could have done that. So if you want to critique him for the Bengal famine, the thing he actually did that had the most impact on the Bengal famine is the railway investment infrastructure in the 1930s. Nothing in World War II. And this is what I find slightly strange, because people going, in the middle of the war, he doesn't send enough ships there. And you sort of go, well, there's not enough ships anywhere. That's the problem. And yes, I would like more ships sent there, but there's also more ships needed for North Atlantic, more ships needed for Mediterranean, more ships needed everywhere. That's the problem. The war's going on, and that's unfortunately the local colonial office keeps playing things down and doesn't tell the government until there's a big problem. But the thing is, the issue which could have sorted the issue, which could have made it had the biggest impact at that time, would have been if the railway investment in the early, when he was Chancellor, had been agreed, and he's the one as Chancellor who says the economic case isn't viable for it. It won't make enough profit. That's something you can hold against him. That's something you can literally go, that contributed to that famine, because you couldn't. But they don't. No one does that. I never understand it. Joe Fredericks, you are being very charitable about Halifax. Halifax really wasn't. No, the problem with Halifax also is he doesn't take decisions, and for good or for ill, he takes Churchill takes decisions. Yes, and Churchill did try and get both grain supplies off Curtin from Australia and Roosevelt from America, but again, they didn't have the ships to move it to. Yeah, the IJN and the Courageous Marine and Courageous Marine subs are in there. Yes, that's things. You don't just have to send merchant ships, you have to send warships to escort them. There's all sorts of things. But basically, the whole thing is it's over the ships that the people are focusing in on. And I can understand why it seems like the easiest solution, but the fact is ships are in demand and there's threats everywhere. The reality is, if the railways had been invested in the 1930s, if it had been a 2-track line and all these things, then the things would have been a very different scenario. You kind of skipped over Tiger. Tiger would not be kept as well, because the nicest way, the Tiger refits, you can keep refitting them, but honestly, those cruisers are cursed in so many ways.
No, this is HMS Tiger from 1913 that was
No,
then
it's
rearmed
not.
just before World War II.
No.
And still serviced throughout.
No, it's not that one. It's the cruiser.
No, I want Tiger. I want Tiger. I want the 1913 ship to turn up in 1982 and bombard Argentinian positions. It would be...
You just remove some of the
amusing.
5.25s. That's what you do. You remove some of the 5.25s to make up the space. Yeah, that is the sad reality. I sometimes have to teach students this. The sad reality in war is that more troops are lost to indecision. More lives are lost to indecision than the wrong decision. Because usually indecision means you're standing still, and standing still makes you an odd target for artillery.
I get this in work. It's... So we refer to it as conservative management normally, as in you're not doing anything. But that needs to be an active decision that you are making to not intervene on something.
Mm-hmm.
Not, oh, I totally ignored that, and, it came out okay. Oh, well. Which happens depressingly often.
Yeah.
Because doctors kill people in 1s and 2s rather than crashing whole planes, and so people don't pay as much attention.
Nefarious Jaguar, we're due to be accidentally entering it wrong. With R-class analogues, and you still haven't clarified whether Nefarious Jaguar you are a car or an animal. We want to know, because either of them can be nefarious. But we want to know, is a Nefarious Jaguar a car or a Nefarious Jaguar as in the animal? Due to me accidentally entering in wrong, with R-class analogues escorting your convoys, and the previous mentioned hunter-killer groups that are searching for raiders, what else can you think of to secure the sea lanes? Probably you're going to have cruisers out also acting as tripwires, wandering around, armed merchant cruisers wandering around waiting to see if things come up. That's probably also what you're going to have to do. And you're probably going to want to have escort carriers with your convoys, so they have a search around. They have searching going on around them. Nefarious Jaguar. If you're wondering about the whole question about names, don't worry. We have. It took us a while to confirm whether Penguin was the chocolate biscuit or the animal as well. This is what we sometimes do. You made the username when you're 14 or so your answer is as good as mine. Okay. Well, we're gonna let the group work it out.
It's clearly the 1980s fighter jet.
Oh, it could be. That is the other option.
In the same way that Penguin is send penguins, it's the surface missiles, anti-ship missiles.
But
clearly,
realistically, securing sea lanes, you've got two things. Do you want control the whole sea, or do you just need control around your convoys? So basically, you have your large carrier group, fast, thing like Force K, Force, when they're hunting Grass Bay, or Force H analog, you have those forces hunting around. You usually have one of those at sea as a massive reinforcement. With each convoy, you probably have that's important. You will have an R-class capital ship equivalent, and with all convoys, you have an escort carrier providing reconnaissance around them to try and spot the enemy before they get close to you. And then you also have something, submarines watching enemy coasts, and you have armed merchant cruisers wandering around to going, hang on, where is anything trying to get through? You do all that, the enemy are still going to leak through in certain places, but the thing is, are they going to leak through in enough numbers to really challenge you? And if they do come out in full numbers, then you can go hunting for them in your full numbers, and you'll likely know where they are.
It's the one of the things that we forget, I think, these days, continuously with World War II submarines and going hunting and things, is you can suppress them very easily with the aircraft because they are not. They're spending the vast majority of their time on the surface, and they're very slow underwater.
Yeah.
So
the German submarines had the problem that when they got into the Mediterranean, they couldn't go fast enough underwater to get out of the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
Think about that. The current between the Atlantic and Mediterranean is strong enough that the German U-boats couldn't get out of the Mediterranean when they wanted to. They could get into the Mediterranean, but to get out, they'd have to go on the surface. And there's a debate whether one made it. My theory is actually, looking at the timeline, it's actually an Italian sub. The Germans, there is some people who claim it was a German submarine which later sunk somewhere in the Bay of Biscay. But there's an Italian sub which was also making the transit at the same time. And the Italians were actually fast enough to get out.
Yeah.
Because the Italians designed their subs to be able to get out the Mediterranean through the Straits of Gibraltar, knowing the current. The Germans didn't, because it wasn't part of their pre-war calculus.
I mean, the Italians did forget that unless the Germans managed to completely take over France, which wasn't on the cards when they were designing their submarines, they wouldn't actually have anywhere to base their submarines once they got through the Straits of Gibraltar.
Spain.
Yeah.
That's what they thought.
They thought Franco liked them more than he did.
Yes. Franco had a very nice conversation with Admiral Canaris of the Germans, and got told exactly what the likely outcome was going to be, and decided that he was going to keep it neutral. And then, post-World War II, he sends people to recover Canaris' wife and make sure his family gets to safety in Spain.
And also, from memory, Spain was dependent on the Allies for food, fuel, I'm fairly sure some other essentials for life.
Yes. He was very, he didn't believe, he got from such an accurate assessment from Canaris, he decided that he wasn't going to join the war. Much to consternation of certain people. Joe Frederick, if the KPAF was allowed to buy the JF-17 or heavily modernized F7, J7, would this change anything in terms of capabilities for them, or would it just be a waste of money? I'm presuming you're meaning the Korean People's Air Force. And it would give them a slightly better aircraft as long as they can keep it maintained and supported. And that is still a problem, but it does give them a slightly better aircraft. But they have to support it and sustain it, and that costs money, time, and people. People who've been fed. Korea has issues. They're actually doing quite well at the moment because they're getting quite a lot of money and other things from Russia, because they keep supplying troops to Russia. That's one of the exports they have. They also export people elsewhere in the world to earn money. But yeah. I think there are countries also. Hang on. Yeah, it's a fun time. But realistically, it's not going to have a massive impact on their capabilities, because the big problem Korean People's Air Force have is with sustainment than anything else. Stafford, your phone decided you were Quebecois rather than Anglophone. Where have you been eating? This is the question. You're Canadian, you can be either. Eric Thompson, if Germany had continued with the midship turret of the Brandenburg pre-dreadnought instead of shifting to the rapid-fire 9.4-inch, how would that affect battleship development? Probably they'd have got to 3 turrets at least of the same armament earlier, and if they've gone to that scenario, then other nations are going to be heading there too, because that's going to give them a 50% increased firepower advantage of anyone, and have a broadside of which of these quite large, powerful guns. You're going to see a sort of ironclad dreadnought, all big gun ship start to emerge sooner. And there are ideas and plans about it. So basically what you could end up with is potentially people trying to work out super firing turrets earlier on. The thing is, it's going to mean you get a more gradual introduction of the dreadnought, probably than the dreadnought moment. Because more people are going to be all big guns, so when you finally get to dreadnought, the big thing's going to be the turbines, potentially. And the speed that the constant speed that allows it to keep. But realistically, it gives them a boost in top range firepower, but everyone knows that the 9.4-inch guns, like the 9.2-inch guns of the British, are the real killing systems, because you're at a range of engagement where your biggest guns, yes, they can guarantee, they're pretty much guaranteed to hit, but their maximum range, they are not, you're very unlikely to be hitting at that range. So most likely you're starting to hit when you're in range of your 9.4 or 9.2s. And their rate of fire provides a far greater volume on target and far more likelihood of hitting. So if the Germans are going for the heavy gun approach, then that's going to cause questions and thoughts about it. You're probably going to see a growth in size of those ships as well, as a fit it, because you're going to see more nations go that way. You might even end up with more nations going for a wing turret approach. You could end up with them having 4 turrets, 2 amidships, 2 twin turrets amidships, 1 turret forward, 1 turret aft, like the French do. Probably without the mansion house hull, you end up with the French going with.
Wait, does that allow us to avoid the Hoche?
No.
Bugger.
The Hoche is coming whatever happens. The Hoche is the paused small child thanks to the Junicol. Senator, what is the cheapest ship at its time? It has to be cheap at its time that could solo Trafalgar. Cheapest ship at its time that could solo Trafalgar. There's nothing in the Warrior period that could really do it. I mean, you could try and argue Monitor and Merrimack, but honestly, they're going into far too deep a water free with those hulls to be going, so they're probably defeated by the sea before they actually get to defeat the fleets. If the fleets were kind enough to come inshore, then they could defeat both, but if in a nice way, if they're sitting out at sea, they're not going to win that one. Cheapest ship of its time. Town class cruiser could probably the 1910 equivalent could do it. That's fairly cheap for its time. Warrior is not the cheapest ship of its time. Warrior could do it, but Warrior is not a cheap ship for its time period. Basically, you're dealing with for the ships to be soloed. You want to have high explosive, and you want to have decent sized shells. So you are probably thinking potentially some of the torpedo boat destroyers could do it. By World War II, there are some Basically, probably a dogboat could do it. For MLD, especially in its gunboat configuration, not its torpedo boat configuration. A Liberty ship with a 4-inch gun is still going to be heavier. It could do it, but it's still going to be more expensive than a dogboat.
Would a dogboat have enough ammunition?
It's armed with 2 6-pounder guns, 4 20mm Oricons, 2 twin 30mm Vickers K machine guns, and some depth charges. So the answer is they have 2 different guns, which are types of gun, both the Oricons and the Vickers, which fire tracer. That's going to start some nasty fires. And the 6-pounders, you probably do carry enough ammunition.
Yeah, it's just an ammunition question. It's it's not that I think the boats couldn't do it. It's the
yeah. Yeah, again, the question is the cheapest ship that could do it at its point. It's not earliest, cheapest. Cheapest, it's the dogboat, I think, for World War II. Is what I go with. There are probably other PT boats which have similar configurations which could do it, but I'm going to use the dogboat as my example rather than listing off all the different torpedo boats which could do it of similar configurations. Because there's tons of Russian riverine boats which I wouldn't personally want to take out of that much water. But if you want to, you could theoretically do it. You'd be a braver man than me. I presume the people of the fair agenda would have more sense than to do it. I'm just clarifying on that one. I would like to say, people, if you ever want to really understand humanity and have some fun, have a look at what is the common sources of dying at certain age groups and its demographic split. You really do get the idea of which group of humans has less appreciation for the fragility of life.
Why women live longer?
Yeah,
it's a meme. What a reason.
Stafford. The British take control of the Azores instead of them being friendly with the Germans during World War II. The Azores are friendly for the Germans? The Azores are owned by Portugal, and Portugal actually digs out their copy of the Old Alliance so we can be able to use it.
I know we had this really important document somewhere. Can you dig it out for me? Because I've lost it.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was a very fascinating conversation for the diplomatic teams to have.
I don't think the Azores were friendly with the Germans. Who said the Azores were friendly?
Canary Islands, because they're Spanish.
Canary Islands, that could be what you're thinking of rather than the Azores.
Yeah.
In which case, if you're basically if the British take over the Canary Islands, they don't really help much with the Atlantic campaign.
It's more that it creates diplomatic.
It creates issues, and you might be having to defend Gibraltar at that point. Canary Islands are sitting off the coast of, Morocco, etc. The Azores are out in the Atlantic. The Azores are useful. No, Germany never had a base on the Azores during World War II, Stafford. The Azores are owned by Portugal. They allowed the British and the Americans to fly from there. I think you've got the wrong islands.
It's one of the fears, and I think the Americans start trying to put together contingency plans in case the Germans seize them.
But
whilst they're still neutral, because in case it infringes the...
Well, the Americans also put plans to take them because they think that's the only way they're going to get them off get Portugal to allow them to use them. And the British go, why don't we just go talk to the Portuguese and ask them? No, but Portugal didn't have any German bases. They had Great Britain permission to use it under Operation Laxarity. No, there were no bases there. Dira, I'm looking for this. They did operate around that, but they didn't. There were times when it was some of the islands were used as marking points for the milk cows to turn up and be supportive, but those some of the uninhabited islands. That's not exactly establishing a base. No, I don't. It's no. Yeah, a nicest way. There is a large Allied force on the islands for most of World War II. So I don't. I think you've got the wrong islands, Stafford. I think I think because Jersey, I've been around. There's all sorts of interesting things there. There's a few other islands I can think of which did have facilities being occupied by the Germans, being used by Germans, but not the Azores. No, the Germans didn't even stop there to refuel because honestly, they didn't have this stockpile of fuel for them to support them. No. And also, Stafford, just think about this. How do you supply those sub-bases? You have to get ships to leave France under neutral flag, presumably, go to the Azores, offload the supplies. There's only limited port facilities in the Azores, literally one major port at that time. And that's also where all the Allied stores are going through for their air bases. And there's all sorts of Allied... Yeah, I don't... I think you've got the wrong islands. I'm sure... there are Norwegian islands which are used by the Germans and various other things. I don't think you've got... I think the Azores... Canaries, there are all sorts of things which are discussed for the... Canaries there are potentially, but they're the Spanish islands. Not the Portuguese ones. Yeah, you've got on the Canary Islands. You have the Villa of Winter, where there's all sorts of things about that. I think you might be getting the Canaries. I think you're getting the Canaries Islands mixed up with the Azores, Stafford, because the Canaries, there is lots of things of them helping supply and support U-boat operations from the Canaries. There is nothing from from the Azores, because that's the Portugal one. So I think you've got. You've got the wrong one. I think you got your islands confused. No, I don't. I don't think they even set up huts on any uninhabited island. The Azores is not that uninhabited. It's uninhabited enough that a milk cow can turn up and be used. But it's not. Hmm. I know quite a few people who live on the Azores, Stafford. They've never mentioned it, and they are absolute World War II buffs. Hi, Dan. Yeah, they're not. I think Stafford. I'm sorry. I think you're getting confused with Canary Islands, not the Azores, or whoever told you was confused with the Canary Islands and the Azores. There are lots of stuff. There's Villa Winter. There's all sorts of things on the Canary Islands. It's Dan. It's hot micing for some reason. I'm not sure why. Sometimes it happens with his system. I think someone's confusing the two. I'm sure. Not sure. I don't want to. It is. I'm fairly sure it's Canary Islands being confused for the Azores. And Canary Islands are more useful. Brandon Larson, what if the army of the Pontiac is at its max strength during the Overland campaign, with enough supplies for 5 years campaigning, was sent back in time prior to the Battle of New York? That's causing the British trouble. That's causing a lot of people trouble. I don't think they march up to Canada, though. I don't think they do that. I think potentially they end up trying to, because let's be honest, it's going to be easier and the things for them to do. The big issue you're going to have is you've got a force which is full of people who are motivated in many ways by fighting for to free and remove slavery, going back to a massively slave-dependent economy, and yeah, I think that's going to cause more issues. I think there is going to be a huge issue with that. You've also got the fact that, to an extent, the language is going to be divergent a bit. Because the evolution of American language, American speech, in that period between those two events is quite dramatic. Be interesting to see how it muck things up. It's going to have more. Militarily, the British are going to be actually up the flagpole with no help. But yeah, we now have questions for Dragon and Foxo. If historic World War II admirals were around in the Azure Lane, where do you see them clash with the commander, and which admiral would push to get Hood's rig replaced with after the Shezo event?
Probably none, because the admirals aren't really the ones deciding that. Also, if you go by the lore of it, most of the ship girls would end up fighting the various admirals. But various would probably argue. It's a question of they would argue / clash correctly. And again, the RN Admirals, just because they try and push for it, there's a reason why they didn't get it replaced quicker. So, yeah, relatively simple one there.
Floppy so right. The 1980s Falklands War was a loss for the UK. How do you see the Royal Navy order of battle now? Devastated, probably. Probably down to no carriers, barely any frigates, no destroyers, and maybe some submarines. Literally, if you don't have the Falklands War win, then the British government probably thinks they can ignore that it's better to ignore naval forces that they're just going to lose with them. And that's the reality. Howard Gudgeon. Argentina attacked the Falklands in the 1930s. How much worse will it be for the Argentina, and will it be a short bombardment of naval and army based in Argentina, and what admiral will be in charge? It depends when we talk about 1930s. The admirals change places quite regularly in the 1930s. Probably if it's considered an actual proper effort, Black House is sent out. And is it far worse? More than likely, the British go and blast everything. And yes, the Argentines probably do take the Falklands, but then the thing is, the investment you're going to get, plus the rebuilding and effort and the breakdown in the treaties you're going to get caused by it, are going to have an impact far beyond that scenario. Also, you have to remember, at the time, Britain was building most of the ships for the Argentinian Navy in the 1930s.
Did the Royal Navy think to have self-destruct mechanisms inserted into, and kind of codes inserted into all of the Argentinian ships? So it's like,
No.
You're coming out to face us with 6 ships we built. Send code Zulu X94212.
No, because at the time the Argentinians had about 3 cruisers operating, including when they get ARA La Argentina. Which is the 9 6-inch gun version of a Arafusa. And the British have about 60. So the British basic plan for dealing with the Argentinians is turn up with 2-to-1 advantages, wipe them out, and then go home.
Yay,
Scale model
Ian
apprentice.
medals.
You said the Midway class were enlarged and armoured Yorktowns. Does the Forrestal class share this lineage, or is it all new design? There is some designed lineage coming through. We're not talking necessarily in hull design, we're talking in some of the spacing and shaping of the internal spaces. But yeah. That's there is some there, but it's not anything you're going to see on the outside. Argentina gets added to the Empire. Probably not, because then that's going to be a big expense. Honestly. More likely the British pursue regime change actively, and you have to remember, with the amount of contacts they have in there, it's going to be different. The other scenario you end up with, of course, in that scenario is Argentina probably joins World War II very quickly on the side of the Allies. In that scenario. Or they have another rebellion and they try and join the Axis side and they get beaten up again. But either way, it's going to be, yeah, not good for them. Argentina does have a couple of battleships, so the British probably would send some battleships down there, but more than likely it's Nelson, Rodney, and a couple of Queen Elizabeths to go, hello. Moving on, a bit cheeky, but what factions do you see the leading generals and admirals of the US Civil War playing in 40k? Okay, Grant is going to be an absolute Ultramarines. He is going to be. He's going to be looking at. He's going to look at them and go, logistics, logistics, logistics. They are him. Okay? Everything has to be done from a firm base of logistics. Grant will be Ultramarines all the way.
I was going to say Krieg for Grant.
Nah. Blue boys. The Krieg would not be good for him because in a nice way, Grant does not like having his men die. So his scenario of, we are willing to die for the Emperor, no, he'd much rather they live.
Fair enough.
More interesting thing. Who do you think Stonewall Jackson support is going to be running?
Blood
The
Angels?
cheeky part of me wants to say Emperor's Children.
There is an option there. I could see him go either way. Because you have to remember, he's a historian at heart.
You do.
And historians naturally like to play both sides of the argument, because normally when they're teaching in class, they have to pick one argument or the other side. Regan's put White Scars forward for Jackson. Salamanders for Sherman. I would agree with that one.
I was going to say White Scars for Sherman.
No, White Scars for
Okay,
Jackson.
no, yeah, that's... Well, yeah.
Who do you think Rosecrans get?
I was going to say McClellan is Dorn.
Oh, yeah. I think Rosecrans...
Quite a lot. I think it's a move.
I think Rosie gets Raven Guard.
I can live with that.
Jackson historian, then Trazen. Yeah, Jackson would like speaking as a historian, there is always something which partially attracts you to playing as Trazen. You have to really concentrate on not being attracted to playing as Trazen when you're a historian. The desire to collect them all. Because the trouble is, then you start organising your archive on your library like you are Trazen if you start playing as Trazen, and that's just problematic. Lee gets the Iron Fourth.
No. Lee is... I don't know what Lee is.
So...
But I don't think he's Peter Turbo. He doesn't dig in enough.
He doesn't. Imperial. What if a tribal class but at Jutland? So I think you're meaning if World War II tribal class were at Jutland. With their radar and everything, they would be kind of telling Jellicoe where to hold the German fleet is. And would be massacring the torpedo boats. So... yeah, if you have some tribal class destroyers of World War II vintage at the Battle of Jutland World War One, World War One turns into a very nasty battle. Jutland turns into a very nasty battle during the daytime, and at night time it turns into a brutal confrontation if there's anything left at night. World War II Lee is Grey Knights.
Come now.
Should I be... No.
I know one thing. I do realise that I do realise that there would be a fight in World War II from World War II generals over who would be in charge of my Iron Wolves. Lots of them would want to be in charge of them. I know who I'd want to pick to be in charge of them, but lots of people would want to pick to be in charge of them.
Actually, Lee would probably be Space Wolves. I could see Lee being Sons of Russ.
And for those wondering, my commander of my Iron Wolves, if I had the choice, would be Percy Hobart.
I'm a mild bit concerned that Petch is comparing broccoli to a nuclear explosion.
Has he eaten it again? Because then it probably is equivalent. Tripoli. I know it's a lot. It's late 1942. You're Italy, have Aquila in service, and managed to conquer the Malta, Suez, and Gibraltar. East Africa is still standing. What do you build for my What If series? If I've conquered Malta, Suez, and Gibraltar, East Africa is still standing, then I'm building whatever I frigging want. I'm probably building more carriers, and I'm probably trying to build more cruisers, because I need to secure my my space now. I have taken an internal sea. I have internal lines of communication. I am now moving into the Middle East. I need to make sure my supplies are going through. If I've conquered all that, I've done really well. How I've managed to conquer Malta without wiping out my own force is an entirely another matter. Some people go, "Oh, Malta would fall like Gibraltar, Crete," and you go, no, there's a very big difference between Malta and Crete. Malta has an organised defence, and in Crete's island, the soil is rocky. That makes it bad for paratroopers. If you were going to if you were describing Malta as merely rocky, Crete would be pebbly. Joe Fredericks, with both the US and France refusing to sell modern AAM to Egypt, what if instead of Rafales, the Egyptian Air Force bought J-10Cs? How does that affect things? It gives them a capability. I would, in the case of China supplying weapons, it's an option to go there. It gives them something which works. They are going to have to change, though, their entire infrastructure in industry to support. I mean, when I say industry, I mean the entire logistics train and training block they have behind to support their aircraft, to support the maintenance of their aircraft. They're going to have to change that all over. So when you're keeping your aircraft within the same design build framework and the same weapons framework, it's a transition, not a change. It's people upgrading their skills, not learning new skills as old ones have atrophied because they're no longer relevant. And so I'd say for Egypt that'd be a big leap. There are other options. There is also the Gripen for them to go for. And there are options out there for them to go with. But I would say also with air-to-air missiles, the trouble is at the moment is they're all in such high demand. Even the Chinese ones are sold out. This is one of the things that people keep talking about, how the European and the American production lines are overworked. So are the Russian and Chinese production lines. Here's the big lesson. In nicest way, if you build your production lines based on there being continued peace, and then you find yourself in a war, you're not going to have enough equipment. You're not. How long till questions open? I think they're going to open after the next question. Oho gameplay. If there was an empire the same size as the British Empire through history, but from the 1600s, they co-developed colonies to the same level as the mainland, what industrial level would they be by 1940s? If they are successfully co-developing colonies to the same level as the mainland, then they're probably actually more advanced than people were historically in the 1940s. But that's going to take a lot of investment and a lot of building. And that is the trouble. That is going to take a lot of building investment and a lot of loans. Now, with that being said, it's time to let's do this. And whilst questions are coming in, I'm going to check on why I can hear a doggy woofing. Back in a second. Doggies, why are you woofing? Why are you woofing, doggies? No. Ooh, let's start off questions. Okay. Steve. Each of you choose a World War II or earlier Italian ship for Foxo to use to attack the Franco-Spanish fleet at Trafalgar. Youngest first to repeats. Earliest ship wins. World War II or earlier Italian ship for Foxo to use. Okay, we probably do need Foxo here for this, but if we'll try and figure this one out without her. Youngest here is going to be Dragon. Then Runon, Mead, and Dan, I think. Are you all still here or hiding from this question?
I'm eating a sandwich and drinking my last long black
Okay.
Australia. So,
That's fine. Your
I'm
last...
here. I'm
What
just-
are you drinking in
I thought
Australia?
long black. The coffee here has actually been consistently disgustingly good, which is annoying because now I have to go back to the Americas where the coffee is not disgustingly consistently good.
Leslie, I think you're still here. I think you are still here. Could you remind me the name of the yard in Japan before because I could look it up, but it probably is easier to ask you the yard which wasn't used, the name of the yard which wasn't used. I'm trying to remember it, and I'm gonna have to check my notes. If you're not here, I'll check my notes. But I know I cannot remember. Its name's now circulating around the back of my head. So I just commented asking, and I was going, oh good lord, I can answer that quickly, and I go, it's now, oh good lord. No, it's not the Kure Arsenal, Timu. The Kure Arsenal was definitely used.
Honestly, I just go with any World War One destroyer to attack this sailing fleet at Trafalgar.
She'd probably take a tribal.
Honestly,
Yeah, Steve,
Well,
let the
Italian.
last two in. Be
Um,
nice.
World War
Italian,
II or
so that-
earlier. I guess it's Italian.
or earlier Italian. That
Doesn't
explicitly
even
just
use
allows.
Italian. Give me a moment.
It's the one on the Inland Sea. I know. I think it's the Asano Shipbuilding Company in Yokohama. I think it's the Asano. I think it's from memory. It's that one. I'm gonna check my notes. I was gonna check my notes. No, anything which is an arsenal, Chandler, is usually owned by the Navy. They use it to build warships. But
Voxo states her choice would be Andrea Doria, for the record.
oh, good. Her choice would be Andrea Doria. Good choice. Oh no, you're probably getting your questions in, IO.
Let me know when it's my turn.
So Dragon, have you given us yours yet?
The thing wasn't built, but I think it would be terrifying. Which would be... Give me just a moment. There's a certain conversion. Aha! One of the Alberto di Ciano versions to instead install the 90mm as its main gun as an AA cruiser.
Yeah.
Taking one of those against the Spanish Armada would be rather amusing.
Do the Italians have any riverine monitors?
Not sure.
I think I've oh, it was the other one, isn't it? I think might be the Mbari shipbuilding at a shipyard. I think it's them. Oh. Yeah, they have a massive... Yeah, it's the Mbari. It's the Mbari. They have a massive shipbuilding complex. But I will check. Okay, let's answer the questions. Okay. Answer that one.
What about me?
Well, go on. Yeah,
And you haven't answered. You haven't answered your question.
I haven't answered
You haven't answered
mine.
the question. You haven't answered which ship.
Would solo the... Probably I would go for the Giuseppe Garibaldi class. Probably... yeah. Giuseppe Garibaldi class armoured cruisers.
I'm going for the Terrible,
That was nice.
which was the first commissioned Italian ironclad in 1861.
Good choice. Giulio Cesare. I don't... yeah, that's going to win, but in a nice way that's not going to win the earliest thing, is it?
Yeah, I was looking for the earliest, not the smallest or anything. So I just went to the Wikipedia list of Italian ironclads and looked at which one was the first one commissioned. Yeah, they were involved. Oh, they were around the Battle of Lissa, but not actually involved, apparently.
Okay. That's always good.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan wins by default then. Okay. I'm hoping. I think someone's picked up Stafford's super chat.
Yep, I forwarded
yes.
it to the main chat.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay, mate. If there was another empire the same size, I think we answered that one, don't we? If there was another empire the same size as Britain, it somehow remains neutral in World War One. At the end of World War, at the end, Germany pulls a Goeben, gives their fleet to them instead of surrender. Then what will Britain do? What's their relationship like with that empire? If they manage to take it off, also, how do they get their fleet to them? In nicest way, the only option is that theoretically would be same size. Actually, is give it to the Russians. At that point, they're descending into a civil war. If they're a Scandinavian empire, it's a case of okay, we're now going to have deals with Russia. But the thing is, if they somehow manage to get their fleet to them, or somehow, basically, let's say that nation sends a cruise ship into Germany, which has officers aboard who then take command of the ships, and they operate under their flag, and they go back with the German crews providing their crewing all the way back to their country. I wouldn't be surprised if that nation found itself having to deal with some very big issues. Assuming they have harbours in the Baltic and they're neutral towards Britain. Britain goes, yay, you've got the German Navy, we're going to have a conversation about this. We're not going to go to war, but we're going to have a long conversation about this. Britain probably doesn't want to start another war straight at that point. How would you contrive a scenario where the RN manages to capture AR-25, Vincent de Mayo in the Falklands War? And how would you use her during the war post-capture, assuming she's in decent state? If I've managed to take out her escort to a submarine, and I've got the submarine on the surface looking at her, so she knows she can't run away, I would be landing Marines via helicopter. Unless they decided to try and sink her. Which they might do, but that's probably the only other method would be to try and secretly get some SBS aboard her and try and take her engineering spaces and her hangar, try and take control of her engineering spaces, her island structure, and have secure enough control of her flight deck. You can then land hangars and more crew and more Marines to back up and take the ship. But yeah, basically, in the nicest way, they would be. What would you do if she's decent state post-capture? She's an old Royal Navy built light fleet carrier. Probably you're going to maybe you turn her into a museum ship if you're feeling particularly cruel. Potentially you just get rid of her. Potentially you do, but you know, basically, we're dealing with a World War. We're dealing with a barely, in many ways, not that much upgraded World War II era light fleet carrier, which has had some important upgrades, but not a lot, not necessarily all of them. And you're basically, the way you can do it is you would have to take out her escorts, nuclear submarine torpedoes do that, and then you would have to basically stop her and take her over. Yeah, but it's easier just to sink her. Honestly, it's easier just to put a torpedo in her.
But what if the crew of the vessel that's ended up in a situation where they might be able to are channeling their World War II tribal class and kind of go,
"Mine, prize money, trophy. We mount in wardroom."
It's like, it's a carrier.
Mountain wardroom.
You can't put an entire aircraft carrier up in your wardroom.
Mountain wardroom. Yes, we will. We can.
Okay. If you manage to board her and take her, if somehow for some reason the crew are that demoralized, you can do it. You can take her, but nicest way. It's gonna be a nightmare to sort her out and get her home. There'd probably be a lot of British politicians who'd want to do it for the ego trip, but you know. Imperial, how would World War II look like with no Lend-Lease and no American intervention? Well, if if the Americans don't intervene, that means there's probably no intervention in terms of there's no Japanese war in the Far East. So that's going to allow the British to keep the sterling zone running, which keeps sterling at a fairly good strength versus the dollar, which is going to reduce the cost of borrowing, because it's going to make the exchange rate less unfavourable. If you have no Lend-Lease, that's an America's not involved, so that means you carry on with that one. But again, you have the sterling zone, so you can afford it. No American intervention in the maritime war. Even if they're not pushing neutrality stuff and neutral patrols, the sheer number of Flower-class corvettes, Castle corvettes, class corvettes, and frigates which are coming from British, Canadian, Australian yards are going to have a tell on that one. The big problem you're going to get if you haven't got American intervention in terms of, well, no, you might not get the invasion of Europe like you did in D-Day in 1944. It will be, if it happens, it's going to be a longer build-up. It's going to involve bringing the Indian Army over. It's going to involve bringing a lot of supplies over, and it's going to require a lot more build-up by the British. But it's also going to be a different conflict because the British are also working on their nuclear program and various other things. So let's put it this way. Did the British go full-on bankrupt? Probably not. No more than they did historically, definitely. Does the war last longer? Yes. Is the world a very different place if Americans don't get involved? Yeah, it is. But also there's the fact that if the Americans aren't getting involved and you don't have the disruption of the Lend-Lease suddenly being cut off, which damages the British economy post-World War II and all those things, then you also have a different scenario going that way. So the main problem you get is that then if America is trying to... America might still have the economic dominance post-World War II they did historically. Do they have the military dominance? If you've got no war in the Pacific, etc., all these things, and they haven't been involved in the war in Europe? Probably not. They probably haven't paid to build up as much as they did historically. They definitely don't have the moral argument and the political argument, because everyone's going to look at them as people who stood on the sideline and didn't get involved. And it's going to be sort of one thing, but the whole arsenal of democracy mantra was really important for the Americans in counterbalancing the Soviet Union. And you probably end up with a scenario where you have still got the Soviet Union versus America vying for world influence, but you also have a very different rest of world perception of both powers. Especially if the Soviet Union ended up on the side of the Allies because they got Britain because they got invaded. Yeah, that would be an interesting thing. Europe being liberated by an Indian army would certainly give an interesting argument. Yeah, it's the only other place you can go for the large number of troops you need. Japanese in the Mediterranean. What on Japanese in the Mediterranean? Have you covered a topic? Why did the relations go downhill so far, as fast after British troops are so badly treated in World War II? Yeah, I've covered the topic. It's been covered in several videos, Japanese Mediterranean. And, relations didn't go really downhill between the British and the Japanese. So one of the things is that the British actually have quite good relations with the Japanese. Internationally and politically. There is a very different towards the... How do I put it? The relationship between the governments is very different to necessarily the relationship between the peoples after World War II. The governments are still talking. The governments are still getting on quite well. There's a lot of trade going backwards and forwards and ideas going backwards and forwards. Public's perception of the Japanese, especially after some of the prisoners of war come home, is very different. If you talk to the people of my mom's generation, etc., there are many things said about whether you can... Because in some regards, the Japanese, being former allies, despite the fact the alliance had broken down the treaty system, were expected to behave better because they were former allies than they were. Imperial, what would Britain's post-war status be, though? Well, it depends. If Britain's ended up using nukes to defeat Germany, and Britain's the only power with nukes, then Britain's status is very different than if it's a grinding war to the end. And you have to remember, the British nuclear program is doing quite well as well before it joined the American nuclear program. In both programs neither is a slouch. Combining the two together is what provides with real acceleration onwards. But there is a goodly chance of the British nuke program, especially with the pressure of war, producing something in time by 46, 47, and yeah, that's your problem. So, if Britain wins by grinding themselves down economically, that's one problem. That's one scenario. But if Britain wins by nuking Germany, that's a different scenario. Stafford Thompson. The Canadian Navy sustains its ranking as third largest fleet up to the current day, with consecutive funds, carriers. How much burden is taken off the NATO, and are they appreciated global stage or not? Probably are appreciated in terms of NATO. They are probably a deciding maritime power, and they are probably appreciated on the global stage. It probably also causes quite a lot of discussion. Which city gets nuked? Considering the way the British act over it, there's a goodly chance it's Berlin. I wouldn't want it to be Berlin myself, but especially if Hitler's there, then the British are probably going to go for a decapitation strike. The British have a slightly different policy on that than the Americans do in the planning for invasion, for bombing Japan. But also, there's the idea is, basically you bomb, and also there is a very real scenario the British hide the fact they're going to drop the bomb in the middle of a mass raid. So instead of sending a single bomber to go and do it, relying on its altitude, etc., they probably do a yeah.
That'll be quite the shock for everybody else in the flight.
Night Siren, won't it be a one-way trip because their bomber will not be able to escape the blast? I wouldn't be surprised if as part of the program a bomber is specially fitted out to do it. And that bomber could gain 2,000 horsepower engines. So it'll probably be something with 4 or more 2,000 horsepower engines, and it's probably a evolution of the Lancaster that's chosen to do it.
You can also parachute drop the bomb to slow its rate of descent.
Yeah, there are options to assist it. You could have an APSA with 2,400. Yeah, give you enough horsepower, you'll increase the speed. It needs to pace to the B-29 to escape on itself. It could be a jet engine bomber. That could be what the British go with. It could be a version of using the jet engines, which they're working on. Because that jet project's also coming along. Imperial, how big was the largest screen as a carrier design? Nuclear powered, about 3 catapults. It was not far off the American Fords. I think the largest carrier considered. There was for the ski jump ones. There was, before they decided on it had to be built in Rosyth, which is an interesting yard to pick. They were looking at the bigger yards, the bigger dry docks in the UK to assemble, including Inch Green and the Howland Wolf, and they were looking at something which was about 30-40 meters longer. No, yeah. For Dragon and Foxo, here's a question. In Crimson Echoes, the Washington Naval Treaty is mentioned. How do you rewrite it to account for for Canson and the fact that they will say no to being scrapped, as that's death to them?
You don't, because the Washington Naval Treaty is a piece of history, not a modern thing. So, unless you're going off the idea of do it when they are, then yeah, you've got the problem of they are still, even if they are, weapons created by a country, they are sentient, which then brings up the classic debate: is a weapon that's sentient still something that you can just command to do whatever is needed, or does it have its own set of rights? And in that period, that's going to be a very interesting question.
I've had a very interesting child turn up in one of my comments.
So,
apparently the first supercarrier was Ark Royal, 1938. 61,200 square foot hangar and 800 foot flight deck. Now, speaking as someone who did his entire PhD thesis on British aircraft carriers and their development in the 1920s and 30s, I can honestly tell you, that's wrong. Because if you're going to use that as your metric, then you've got Lexington and Saratoga. And we don't call them supercarriers. None of them are supercarriers. They're fleet carriers. Someone's decided to make it on a Forrestal class video, the first supercarriers, and that's the comment they decided to put. And I'm just sitting there going, no.
I mean, it's always good to see the Teobu population, still alive and active.
I'm not sure if they're Teobu. Considering they think I'm American, I presume they're not British.
If you're American, I'm Australian. Where's my passport? Kangaroos on it.
It's a good It's a good passport with kangaroos on it.
At a minimum, I'll take a work visa.
Ay, caramba. Timo, how would Hood look after the Battle of Denmark Strait if it was Bismarck that took the weird shell and its magazine exploding? Battered but afloat. That's the thing, she'd look battered but afloat. Imperial, I'm a T-boot, but I'm not crazy. Yeah, look. The thing is about supercarrier, there's a reason it comes in with the Forestals. Before that, you called them fleet carriers. And those were looking at were fleet carriers, and there were variations on fleet carriers, etc. A supercarrier is about the sheer range of catapults you have, the sheer number of operating capability, the size of aircraft you can operate, the space, the number of aircraft you have, etc. All these things. No. I love Ark Royal. She's a gorgeous ship. She's not a supercarrier. New IKB. It's New IKB. The easiest way to butterfly World War II in Europe.
Norway campaign.
Yeah, it's always the Norway campaign. The Norway campaign, by every metric, should have failed. Every metric should have failed. And if you have it in even the scenario of the British are just at sea, waiting at sea when they doing the thing the operations they were planning to do, when the Germans go through, the Norway campaign fails, because if the Germany doesn't make its landings in the middle of Norway, in central Norway and northern Norway, then they're in real trouble, because you have to remember the Norwegian army delivers Germany's first defeat of World War II. And that is the Norwegian army. And if they can come down all the way unopposed and get resupported from central Norway and move in from central Norway into southern Norway, meet up with the Norwegian forces, then the Germans are in real trouble. If the Germans have also lost their Scharnhorst, Gneisenau and their destroyers, etc., in a battle, that's going to change things dramatically. So France invades Germany whilst Germany are busy in Poland. Unfortunately, that doesn't fix the French French radio problem, which makes invading Germany very interesting and complicated. There's another issue you can change the butterfly, just to give the French decent radios. Amazing how much that impacts the war when you've wargamed that. Just giving the French army decent radios. John of Canada, if you could choose or design and captain a steampunk ship in the 1750s, what would it be? A steampunk ship in the 1750s? It's a bit early for steam. Probably knowing me, it'd be a third rate because I could play around with them most. A paddle-wheeled third rate would be quite funny to wind up people with. Stafford, the Allies listened to Lawrence of Arabia. How many current-day issues, conflicts could have been avoided given his word and what would it look like today? The Middle East would certainly be a less disjointed place in some regards. In other regards, there would still be problems because it's still going to have the basic fact of it's very, very hot. And I'm sorry, but people are not good humans when it's very hot. We become very mean very quickly. But it would probably have been... It would have been a better found starting point for longer term peace than what we achieved. IO, how would World War II change if the IJN doesn't launch the Battle of Midway because they think they haven't managed to sink enough US carriers yet? If they don't launch the Battle of Midway at the time they do, then frankly time doesn't work in their favour. The Essex Swarm is coming. If you don't fight and win Midway and Coral Sea, then the next year their Essexes are going to be in there, and the year after that even more Essexes, and even more Essexes, and even more Essexes, and you are not going to win those battles. So that is your problem. The problem with Japan in World War II is time is not their friend. Time works against them massively. Massively. Imperial, what if America didn't exist? How largely would this affect British and naval dominance and what hegemony and opinion? Depends on the reason America doesn't exist. If America doesn't exist because the continent isn't there, that's one thing. If America doesn't exist because it's divided into, let's say, by the Louisiana Purchase, etc., connecting with Canada, and there's the free state situation, etc., the world is a more complicated scenario. I don't think the British Empire has survived. I don't think the British are still necessarily world number one. We're not big enough to really be. But we are probably still quite a prominent power and probably have to have had maintained a far more capable navy than we have done through the Cold War era, because there's going to be no power that's going to be sufficiently powerful enough to make everyone dependent upon them. And you have to remember, a large chunk of the reason why European nations are in the state they're in is because whilst America both objected to paying for everything, they also objected to allies being able to be too able to do independent action. And these two things have kept coming and coming and coming, and it's ended up with the situation we're in, where they both got what they wanted and what they didn't want. And now there's a reaction going against that, and we'll see what happens long term. But that's going to be that's going to be a driver for the next few years. America is a large enough country that and a large enough and complex international relations field that they can maintain 2 to 3 complex ideas at the same time. in those international relations field, and they can honestly not notice that those ideas conflict with each other. Chandler, would a King George V powered by the machinery that moved the Rickardo class be able to achieve 30 knots? Probably not. Probably not. Carry the 3 quad turret she was playing with. The reason is the hull design and hull shaping. She's a 28 knot ship. The colonies are going to go independent eventually, Imperial, and that's the thing. The British start working on the dominionization policy back in the... Oh, there's debates about it from about 1870s onwards, and it's becoming codified policy from about the 1890s. The idea of transitioning colonies to self-governing dominions, because that's cheaper. Because that's better. But the thing is, to do that, you have to do it kind of carefully and follow quite a slow plan. Because you rule a colony, and this is, please note, what I'm about to say is the facts of ruling a colony, not, it's no reflection on anyone before anyone gets upset. So, how do you rule a colony? Well, you want to empower the things which will reinforce your power. The police, armed forces, judiciary. You basically push down on the things which can dispute your power. Any form of governance which isn't you. Anything which counterbalances those institutions' power which isn't you. And when you decolonize and you remove your power, which has been balancing these 3 institutions, before building up the things which counterbalance them in a democratic society or any normal society, what usually happens is, in the disorder, the people in the military and the police react as they normally do. Oh, we've got to solve this problem, this disorder, this problems, and they step in, take over, and that's why you end up often with military dictatorships coming in after colonies have been decolonized, because people react the same way. They like order. And when you've spent your whole life being trained how to enforce order by force, when you see disorder, what do you respond with? Force. So basically the British were trying, for economic reasons, okay, not the goodness of their own heart. I don't know. Some people saying the British are wanting to decolonize out of the goodness of their own heart. Not that, it's economic reasons. They want to transfer things from colonies to dominions, to basically to create the Commonwealth. The British Commonwealth doesn't come out of nowhere. The British had a long-term plan of turning empire into Commonwealth, turning empire, centrally run empire, into trade federation, which is British-led and British diplomacy organised, but which is not British paid for. So the British get all the profit of the trade and the connections and the utility of bases without the costs of empire. That's the plan. It's not goodness of their own heart, it's what they're planning on doing. There are many prime ministers who say similar things as Palmerston around that same time. Imperial. So basically, the British had plans for how to maintain power. Whether they would have worked or not is entirely another thing. Let's be honest, I'm fairly certain the Commonwealth becomes a far more group-led thing than they planned. But you know, that's the plans. If Japan builds the IJN Zipang, roughly, how many and what type of US-British battleships would it take to run this thing? If the Zipang gets built, which is the supersized, massive ship, the British and Americans are taking everything they've got, because that's your only option to try and sink something that big. But how they build it is a completely different matter. In the Azur Lane universe, okay, this is Dragon here. Yeah. Runon's gone for food, but Dragon's still here, hopefully. Yes. In the Azur Lane universe, if you can manifest concept hard enough, then it becomes real. For example, ship girls are the manifest concept on their names. So if the RN had that power, what concepts would be created? Okay. Warspite is something which everyone needs to step away from right now. We'll leave that to one side. If you can manifest things, and if you're wanting something hard enough, you can manifest it, then you are dealing with massive ships on all sides from everyone, basically. Scale Model Apprentice. Had the Alaskas entered the fleet in 1942, like you talked about recently? And Dragon, do you agree with that, by the way, on the SLN question? I think Dragon's busy. I think. Anyway, Scale Model Apprentice. Had the Alaskas entered the fleet in 1942, like you talked about recently, they would be armed with 1.1 inch and 50 cal AA fits, not 40mm 20mm. Are they still as effective as you predicted? They've still got a huge amount of 5-inch, and honestly, they've probably got the 20mm, judging by what comes in at time. 40mm, maybe not, but the 1.1 inch, a huge volume of it. They would have a huge volume of it. They'd be some of the first ships to be changed, though, and if you do look at some of the ships there, a lot of ships are getting the 20mm quite early in 1942. So I would say they'd still have quite a lot of those. Okay. Oh, her gameplay. If in 1920s all carriers are banned, naval aviation only allowed to be search spotters with no anti-ship capabilities, if countries followed this rule through the war, how different would World War II be? There are gonna be problems, because that's giving a huge advantage to land-based aircraft. Bruno?
Sorry, trying to navigate Melbourne, which is, if anybody's been to Melbourne and driven in it,
Yes.
it's a bit weird.
Yes.
It's the only locality I've been in where you go to the opposite side of the intersection to make the opposing turn. E.g., you go to the left-hand side of the intersection to make a right-hand turn. I don't understand how that works, but I don't know how you would. I guess you have to put mind control in every single naval officer's brain to get them to not develop the concept of strapping munitions to the bottom of their extremely long-ranged and usually reasonably low wing-loaded, or excuse me, I should say, high payload capacity aircraft.
I would say your big problem is going to be land-based air, because if you don't ban that as well, then the navies are never going to ban fighters.
Yeah. It's a very weird mental block because, we have this very long range, probably reasonably quick aircraft. Can we put, 400 pounds of munitions on the bottom of it?
I think if carriers are banned, I think this is probably a scenario where you actually get the battle carrier being built. Because this is honestly, it's a battleship. It's got a massive runway and only one pair of 14-inch guns on it. Yes, it's a battleship. It's got deck park facilities and a hangar. They're only for spotter aircraft, honestly. You have single-seater and multi-seater spotters. Yes, the single-seaters are our short-range spotters. The multi-seaters are our long-range spotters.
That have the, sea charts and plot and such in them.
Yep. Right. I'm going to do this. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to take in 5 questions. Sounds like you're having a fun time indicating the way, Runon.
Yep. Trying to not get into an accident or cream a biker or a pedestrian. Apparently, this car does have wonderfully tactile indicators. They're on the wrong side of the steering column.
They're on the perfectly correct side of the steering column.
No, they are on the right hand of the steering column. Indicator stalk is on the left hand of the steering column. I can forgive the transmission mode selector. I can forgive that, but the indicator stalk is a bridge too far.
I don't know why. I do not know why
Surely
it's too
you
far
just
for you.
use the international symbol of I am driving a hire car and turning by turning on your windscreen wipers.
I think she has been doing that rather a lot.
Oh, yeah, I've done that so many times. I will say I have only had one American in a Commonwealth country moment, and that was leaving the parking garage this morning. I pulled in a very tight parking garage. I was on the wrong side of the drive lane and looking at the person approaching me like, what are you, stupid? Turns out, no, I was the stupid one.
Ah, yes. We can always tell the Americans.
Listen, it's not my fault you people decided to drive on the wrong side of the road and then infect your daughter nations with that affliction.
We didn't affect our daughter nations with an affliction.
Yeah, you did.
No.
Literally, I think the only non-British country that drives... No, well, actually, no. India is part of the Commonwealth. So it'd be Japan, I think?
No, they drive on the correct side.
It's the only one...
They drive on the correct
Your
side of the road.
correct side.
Yeah.
The correct
Also,
side.
Dan, you are horrendously hot, Mikey.
Which is really weird because I can't hear any hot miking from my side. So, meh.
Okay. Oho gameplay. If the Axis Paz from 39 had 1945 level US fire control radar sensors tech with the same load of secondary air weapons as well as proxy fuse 40mm shells, how different would World War II be? Well, they'd be a lot more capable of defending themselves at sea, but how different would war be? Some of the battles would be different. Long term, they don't have the American infrastructure industry to keep churning out the ships. So the thing is, they've still got the same number of ships and the same infrastructure to build new ships. So long term, they still probably don't succeed that well. But honestly, their advantage in 1939 for their especially for the Charnos class is going to be probably renown gets sunk. And things like that. That's what you're dealing with. The Praxi shells of 40mm would be a huge upgrade. That would allow them to actually take out swordfish. Because that wouldn't matter the fact that you're firing unless you're firing dramatically ahead. Yeah. Io, how much of a missed opportunity do you think not developing a supersonic Sea-Cat 2 compatible Sea-Cat launchers and basic semi-active or Skelos radar upgrade was? I think it'd be nice to have had, because it would have been a useful system, especially in the Falklands War, but it's a case of missed opportunity. Do I think it's going to generate foreign sales? Probably not. Not that much anyway. Do I think it's going to provide a long-term development platform? Not really. The Sea-Cat was a good idea at the time, but it needed to be worked. It needed a lot of work to get it into sort of something better, but you have got it having a semi-active or SAC loss radar upgrade, so, you know, we'll see. No, Io, you cannot sort your questions. Once in, they're in. And, yeah, Lightweight Seawolf is the one that's really coming through, and honestly, that's the more interesting one, if the Lightweight Seawolf had been developed and deployed. Timu, Runon's thoughts on the Aussie plug.
It's
The Aussie
demon
Pass
love child between. Yeah, it's a demon love child between the NEMA standard and the rest of the world's 240 volts. I like the switches out there. I wish if they did retention, if they were doing positive retention, they would actually just do positive retention and not allow you to remove the plug while the circuit's closed. I mean, otherwise, you know, it's the demon love child between the NEMA standard and the rest of the planet. What do you want from me?
Knight, the question actually did include the Lord Nelsons because it said post-Dreadnoughts as well as pre-Dreadnoughts. So basically, to my mind, it included all battleships, and basically that's how I took it. Because it said pre and post-Dreadnoughts, so all battleships the Royal Navy had at the time. And the Royal Navy, technically at the time, still have, and you have to remember this, if it happens in 1914, still technically have Revenge, Repulse, and Royal Oak on their numbers, which are from the Royal Sovereign class. They still have them around. They still have all the Majestic class. Still around, being there. All the Canopus class are still available in 1914. All the Formidables. All, depending on when in 1914, I was counting Bulwark, but she is technically blown up in November 1914. But if it starts at the beginning of the war in 1914, then Bulwark is safe, and so she's done. All the Duncans, all the King Edward VII's, the Swifters, and the Lord Nelsons. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 32, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so that's 40, 41, 40, yeah. Yeah. Well, 40 pre-Dreadnoughts. 3 Dreadnoughts, post-Dreadnoughts, battle cruisers, and battleships. So once you've got all of them in, and I was including all the ones still afloat with the Royal Navy, not just the ones in commission, the ones still owned by the Royal Navy, because all ships, it said. So, Knight, I think you're trying to rules lawyer a question which wasn't even your question.
Which, I mean, isn't completely off-brand.
No, it's not off-brand. It is a little bit rude to do that to someone else's question, but it's not off-brand. And I mean that in the nicest way, no, but that is fine. It's basically, once you include those vessels... Yeah, the question as it was phrased was all pre- and post-Dreadnoughts which were in existence at the time, which were available at the time, so I took them as that. And even I admit it is roughly back of the fatter packet to get to 90, but if you go for Royal Navy dreadnoughts, the Royal Navy at the time, in terms of what the Royal Navy have at that point, you have a huge number of ships, because you have Dreadnought herself, you have Bellerophon Superb Temeraire, which is 4, then you have the Free St. Vincent's, which is 7, you have Neptune, which is 8, the 2 Colossuses take you to 10, the Orions take you to 14, the King George V's take you to 18, the Iron Dukes take you to 22, Agincourt takes you to 23, Erin takes you to 24, Canada takes you to 25, Queen Elizabeth class take you all the way up to 30, the Revenge take you up to at least 35, and if you consider if it happens in 1914, then Agincourt isn't cancelled till August 1914, and the other three Revenges aren't cancelled till about the same point. Again, if it happens before August 1914, and the idea was it would happen before World War II, that is an extra 4 on that list. And then you've got the battle cruisers as well, where you've got the 3 Invincibles, the 3 Indefatigables, you've got the 2 Lions, you've got the Queen Mary, you've got Tiger. I know I said roughly 90. I'm quite comfortable in saying roughly 90. It's not a precise figure because I wasn't doing the precise. I didn't get the Excel spreadsheet out and do the precise figure. There is a part of me which thinks I might have been actually underestimating it, because I'm getting over 30 for dreadnoughts, but I'm still sort of just going roughly 90 is a figure I'm going with, and it's the same when you go to the Germans and you go to their numbers. Okay. Basically, if you wanted to be more precise, you are. I think you are trying to specify into the question and turn it more precise than it was. Yeah, there are some great books which have that sort of list in. There is there's a great Jane's one which has all that stuff in it. Although last I checked, that book costs about 150 quid. Okay. I think I get to about 60 something, including Lord Nelson's for the dreadnought, pre-dreadnoughts, and 30 something for the dreadnought. So it's 90 something. So 90 is, I'm quite comfortable saying 90. Steve Clarke, interesting question of the week. Oh. Look, I wrote a tweet where I basically included the phrases "I'm flabbergasted" about the result of the British doing naval exercises and doing exercise and realizing that you need more. You need a hybrid navy. You need a mixed. You need crewed ships and uncrewed ships for it to work. Someone actually took the time to go from the Twitter and the or X, whatever you want to call it, where I'd written this, and comment on one of my videos, a long, quite rude, because it got blocked by the spam filter, or rather the system which checks for swear words, etc., comment about how I was a stupid, ignorant academic for not realising that it was certain that you needed, you would need crewed ships. Here's the thing. I used the word flabbergasted. I'm sorry my level of sarcasm went sailing over their head. But I'm also guessing, and they said, I will never watch one of your videos. Considering what I have said in the past about the needing a crude, uncrewed hybrid fleet and that being the reality of it, I'm presuming they've never watched them at all in the past either. So I'm not really bothered by it. But it was a case of, oh good lord. They took the time to not just... They didn't respond on Twitter. No. They took the time to come to YouTube to pick a video which was actually, I think it was the Glorious 1st of June video. I have no idea why they picked that one, and to write this long comment on it. And just...
But did they like, share and subscribe, though?
No, they said they would never watch any of my videos because obviously I was a stupid historian and an ignorant academic if I thought that you didn't need crewed ships to back up uncrewed vessels.
Me?
I didn't even bother responding. Thank you, Timmy, for the James Book Fund. Basically, they got... because they used so many swear words and other insults, they got blocked by YouTube, so I just left them blocked and went, bye-bye. I have little cousin-friendly filters on this channel. That is it. I have little cousin-friendly filters, so that little cousins won't see words that, frankly, I don't want them going back to repeat to their parents, and so I get beaten up by the bigger cousins. Because I've been brought up not to hit ladies, so there are 40 of them, and I can't... And whilst I would love to believe I could outrun them all, some of them are semi-professional marathon runners, and I was never that good. I was a long-distance swimmer, a long-distance walker, a standing bike cyclist, and I still am, still do all those things. I am not really a long-distance runner. The moment I found this thing called a car, I was happy with it. Thank you for Thunder Chaser comments. I look forward to it. And by the way, if anyone's watching, please do go look at Thunder Chaser's Combat Sims channels. They're doing good stuff and interesting stuff. Okay, Nefarious Jaguar. What would be the best way to counter large 1 ton and larger mines with late 1910s technology? Subdivision, bulging, and caulking. Okay, there is caulking when you caulk the outside of a hull. That is C-A-U-L-K-I-N-G. There is caulking where you pack the inside of the hull with caulk, which is C-O-R-K-I-N-G. Caulking versus caulking. I try and accentuate the pronunciation because actually their pronunciation is a lot closer than that, so that people know. I do it when I'm teaching, so that people know which one I'm talking about, so they don't put down the wrong one, because they are used in close enough fashion and things in the same period, etc. So you fill part of your hull with flotator stuff, which naturally traps in air, naturally keeps it flotation, and doesn't burn that well. Let's be honest. Try and put a cork to light a cork on fire. It's fun. You can do it, but it's not going to happen quickly. Subdivision. You've got to have multiple keels to protect your hull as best you can, and bulges. And even then, a 1 ton and larger mine is still going to be a significant emotional event. The best you're going to get away with is a HMS Belfast breaking your back and having to go back to harbour to have everything fixed and your keel re-straightened and those sort of things. It is going to always be a significant emotional event. Imperial, if you had to name a capital ship after a British monarch, which would it be?
Ship or monarch that we'd named after? As in ship type, in which case you could have something like the vessel that goes and cleans out the waste tanks on the nuclear submarines when they come back from a long patrol, something like King John or Richard III, or are we looking for something better?
I'm saying if I was going to actually name a ship after a British monarch who hasn't had a ship named after him, I would actually go for King James II. Because he's the only monarch I can think of who's won a naval battle that actually probably deserves to be called a naval battle. Although there is always the Battle of Slees, but the Battle of Slees is more of a... the Battle of Slees is otherwise known as when the British mariners decided to make Agincourt and Crécy look like a good day for the French nobility. Slees gets forgotten where Agincourt and Crécy get remembered, but Slees really is far worse for the French nobility. I've done a video on it on the channel, and Slees is just an absolute...
But you have the problem that he's James II and 7th?
Yeah, and he also had the problem that he's the guy kicked out of the country for being Catholic. I just would like to do it because it would wind up so many people. It would be me picking the most outrageous king to name something after. It's like Churchill kept trying to get the king to create HMS Pitt because he loved William Pitt, and the king, who had been a former naval officer, went back to him, and they eventually had him into his office and said, "You do realise what the seamen will rename HMS Pitt to be?" And that's the thing. Churchill just didn't think about that. He was going, but William Pitt's a great hero. Yes. And this ship will be called HMS Ship, with the P being replaced by a T. No. It comes to something when the monarch has to get involved in ship naming, because you are winding up the ship naming committee so much... they let you actually put it through because they know the monarch's going to stop it. With that being said, though, it is now past midnight. We have been live for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you to the lovely people who've been chatting away in the panel. That's Dragon, Runon, and Dr. Dan. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here in the chat. Thank you, all my admins, especially Steve and Stafford, who have been doing so much work in the chat, and Jonathan, who's been doing a lot of the work in the Twitch chat. Thank you very much for being here, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Please do go and see Thunder Chaser's videos and stuff. And thank you for everyone for the super chats. Thank you for all the support for being here. I hope the adverts have been nice. I did set up before we started, so I hope YouTube kept to them. No one complained, so I presume they did. And, well, thank you very much for being here. I hope you enjoyed the video. And please do like, share, and subscribe if you like the channel. It always helps the channel grow. But thank you for being here. Thank you all, and see you next Sunday. Toodles. And if you hold on for a second, I will try and find someone to send the Twitch people to. I will try and see if any one of my colleagues or any one of my friends is on. I think they are. Oh, I know who I'm going to send you all to. Let's see.
Hey, road train. Yeah, like a unicorn.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much, everyone.